The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome to the first St. Louis Super Swiss. I'm FIDE Master Doug Eckert, and I'm here with
Mr. Master Sabina Foisor. Great to be here with you, Doug. Very excited to be doing commentary for this awesome event in St. Louis.
Yeah, this is the first Swiss that we've ever broadcast here from St. Louis, and we're looking forward to this. We've got some very strong players and some very good young up-and-coming players that should lead to some very exciting chess.
Let's look at some notable players that are taking part in the competition. Here are some of the names. First player, Grandmaster Gregory Oparin, who's recently switched federation and is representing the US. Then we have Grandmaster Ilya Nyzhnyk, followed by Dariusz Swiercz, Vasif Durarbayli, Aram Hakobyan, Grandmaster Bruzon, Yasser Quesada, Akobian, Christopher Yoo, Nicholas Theodorou, Mikhail Antipov, Brandon Jacobson, Robbie Kevlashvili, Balaji Dagubati, and Elshan Moradiabadi. All of these awesome grandmasters are going to compete for six.
So the tournament format that we're going to have is a 9-round Swiss event. There are 2 rounds a day. There is one time control. It's game in 90 minutes plus a 30-second increment for move 1. This format generally leads to very exciting games because the players have a relatively limited amount of time to think, and they're not getting a second time control. So as they approach the end of the game, they'll often be playing on a 30-second increment.
All right, so we'll go on with the schedule of this tournament. For round 1, we're starting the round actually already started. The games are going to be broadcasted with some delay. So today, March 12th, they will have round 1 at 11 a.m. followed by 5 p.m. and each day the rounds will be starting at 11 a.m. and then 5 p.m. So that's going to be March 13, March 14, March 15. The last round is going to take place on March 16th at 11 a.m. So we'll be broadcasting all of these games live. We'll bring you commentary from the tournament and hopefully some interviews with the players on site. We're really looking forward to those. And if you guys are watching us, we hope that you come say hi and let us know your thoughts. If you have specific questions, you can follow us both on YouTube or on Twitch. So welcome everyone if you are joining us from either one of those platforms. All right, so let's check out the pairings because we already, the round 1 has started and we already have the pairings. Doug, would you like to?
So on board 1, we have Grandmaster Ilya Nyzhnyk versus International Master Hosea Stearman. And Hosea made his first Grandmaster norm in the last week or 2, so he's a player on the rise. Josiah, I apologize. On board 2, we have International Master Irene Sukandar versus Grandmaster Dariusz Swiercz. And board 3, Vasif Durarbayli versus International Master Evan Park. On board 4, we have FM Alice Lee, who's one of the young up-and-coming female players in the U.S. versus Grandmaster Aram Hakobyan. On board 5, we have Grandmaster Bruzon versus FIDE Master Aaron Jacobson. And some very interesting matchups there with some young players coming up that are playing against extremely strong grandmasters. And
that's right, and I think it's very important to mention that we have about 50 players that are taking part in the event. We'll have about 10 games broadcasted live, but there will be other games as well in the tournament, of course, because there are so many players. So we haven't received the games just yet. They haven't. The broadcast doesn't seem to be up yet, but hopefully we will get to see it coming up soon. I know we have about either 15 minutes or 30-minute delay for 30-minute delay, I'm told. But it's going to be really exciting. I noticed a lot of very strong female chess players are taking part in the tournament. There might not be possibility for norms, but it's definitely one of the strongest tournaments held here in St. Louis, the Swiss tournaments organized by the club. And I think we should maybe go over the prize fund. What do you say? That's exciting. And it's the first tournament that we actually do commentary for. So both Doug and I are very excited to be the first co-hosts of this tournament, right?
Yeah, so the first Super Swiss here in St. Louis. So the prize fund's up on the screen. It's $6,000 for first, $4,000 for second, $3,000 third, $2,000 fourth, $1,500 for fifth, $1,000 for sixth, and then as the prizes go down, they're paying through 20 places. There is no entry fee for the players here, so this is a good opportunity for a lot of players to make a little bit of money, and for some of the younger players to get some good experience against some of the strong grandmasters that they'll be facing. And we're hoping to get to the games up on the board shortly here. We keep seeing there's a little bit of a delay in the broadcast here, and right now our screen is showing there's still a 5-minute delay coming up, and we're trying to get that fixed as we're talking here. And someone asked whether we could get the entirety of the player list up on the screen. We're looking into that to see if we can get the whole list up. There's 44 players in total on our list, and from what I can see, there's actually only 20 boards paired right now, and there's one half-point buy, so I see 41 players, and we'll see if we can get that up on the screen here shortly.
Yeah, I think our team is still working on putting together that. There were some additional players who have joined the tournament, I think last minute, so we'll definitely have that ready by tomorrow for sure. I think we didn't mention this, but I think it's important to mention that we will be doing commentary for the event for the morning rounds. So we'll always be here around 11:30 a.m. Central Time. We might go on a little bit earlier, and we'll go until the end of the rounds. And the rounds will still be broadcasted, and you will be able to check the games live online. But we will be commenting typically the morning rounds, and maybe who knows next day. So tomorrow maybe we'll be able to check some of the previous games as we're waiting for the new ones in case. All right, so it seems like we'll be getting the broadcast shortly. Okay, but until then, were there any interesting questions in the chat that we could take? We want to say once again hi to everyone who's joining us from Twitch or YouTube. Thanks for being here. Oh, it looks like there's an Alice Lee fan club. Someone's rooting for Alice. Alice has had a brilliant. She has had a brilliant tournament, I think, right?
Yeah, she's been playing very strong recently. I played in a Norm event with her a few weeks ago, and I believe she started out 5-0 or 6-0 in that event, and she did make her Norm. She was playing extremely well throughout that event. She's very tactically alert. She's very well prepared. She's a difficult out for anyone at this point.
And she's only 13, right? Or 12?
And she's only 13.
She just had, I think she had her birthday recently, and she's had some really great tournaments. She's also playing in the Pro Chess League for the Archbishop.
She is playing for the St. Louis Archbishop team.
Yeah, she was basically a star. I believe I saw in an interview Fabiano was mentioning that he believes she could be definitely becoming a grandmaster very soon. He sees a great future for her. So Fabiano Caruana, that is.
And someone's asking whether the broadcast will cover the evening rounds. We're not planning on doing that. As we sit here, we're planning on covering the morning rounds, which would be rounds 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 in this tournament.
That's correct. And we saw previously on the screen a picture of Alice, very much focused once again. There she is. I remember actually played her in US Championship last year in 2022 and had a tough time. Eventually, our game ended in a draw. I didn't have a very good tournament. She had a great tournament, however, and I am looking forward to seeing her future in chess. Were there any other questions while we're waiting?
Right, so someone asked about the prize fund again. I mean, I think we can try and put that graphic back up on the board. It's a total of $25,000 with $6,000 for first, and you know, it's a nice prize fund for this group of players. Like I said, there's no entry fee for this tournament. It's an attempt to bring some strong players together, and it should be a great competition just because of the mixed rating within the field. And you know, a lot of the lower rated players are also young and up and coming players that are going to put up great fights against these high rated players. So it should be a great event.
Yes, hopefully we will be able to get the games. I think everyone is looking. We got the games. Yes, that's
come
great.
Up on the board.
They just come up on the board. Very exciting. All right, so I'm putting the first board up. Do you have a preference which board to start, or shall we just go?
Why don't we go in order of the boards here? We'll just go through the top, 10 boards and take a look at how the games are progressing.
All right, so let's start from the beginning. So we have Grandmaster Ilya Nyzhnyk playing against Josiah Stearman. Actually, I did play Josiah a few years back before he was an international master. And I don't remember if I won or drew. That's bad. I should remember my results, but I definitely did not lose. When you see a kid that's up and coming, it's always... you always want to do well because you never know when you might get the chance to score some points with them. So it looks like we have an English and then transposed to a Nimzo Queen's Indian. B6, G3. This is very much theory. Bishop A6, Queen A4. Are you familiar? Are you playing this yourself?
I don't play this particular line. I know B3 is the heavily analyzed main line, and Queen A4 has been around for 40 years.
Yes, I've seen B3 quite often in this position. I don't know if I've seen people going knight D2 here or not. I don't know if it was here.
Yeah, knight D2 is also a move here. It's not extremely popular because it doesn't put pressure on D5 in this position. And in these pawn structures, the ability to play C takes D5 and have E takes D5 as a forced response is a very important theme for white.
That's right. And then whenever the bishop will end up going back in B7, the bishop will be restricted by the pawn. That's quite a typical thing that white ends up doing. So I sometimes like to play knight D2, but typically against bishop B4 check. So this is another line, Queen A4. Bishop usually has to go back to B7 so that the knight can develop, bishop G2, and this is still theory, I believe.
Absolutely, it's theory. I mean, this type of position often leads to hedgehog-type pawn structures. It's not a structure that I play very often in my games, but it certainly leads to very tense positions with both sides having chances.
I agree. I used to play the Nimzo. Actually, one of my most famous games was, but it was not Queen's Indian, it was Nimzovic, actually. I call it Nimzovic. People tell me, Sabina, stop doing that. In Romania, when I learned to play chess, we call it the Nimzovic, or just Nimzo, But a lot of people think of Nimzovic as another opening. So sometimes I end up still saying it wrong. So I apologize in advance if you will hear me say Nimzovich to this, which is the Queen's Indian. I know. But anyways, so this is just still early in the game. We're going to see more later as to how the game continues. Shall we go to
let's
board
go to
two?
board two.
So we have international master Irene Sukandar from Indonesia against Schwartz. He was a member of the U.S. Team in the World Team Championship in 2019, I believe. So, okay, what did we have? E5. All right. Are you playing these kinds of Sicilians at all with black?
So, in addition to being an over-the-board FIDE master, I'm also an international master at correspondence chess.
Okay.
Normally, I am a D4 player as white, but in correspondence chess, I often open E4, and I actually played this line in a game in the last year as white. I often thought of this as an inferior opening for black, but in fact, I didn't really find any advantage for white whatsoever, which surprised me. And now what Darius has done here, as you'll see in a move or two, is he's played G6, which is a move I'm not familiar with. So he's obviously trying to mix this game up against what he perceives to be a lower rated player, but I've never seen the move G6 in this position.
I see. I'm not familiar with this Kalashnikov at all. Like I know typically in the Najdorf you develop the bishop in e7. So as you say, this g6 seems a little bit not the typical way to go for black, since you kind of have to defend that pawn. So it doesn't seem to make sense, right, to develop it on the other side. Or since we play a6, we don't care about that pawn very much.
Right. I mean, typically in this type of position, you know, white's going to put the knight on b1 on c3. The knight on b5 is going to be driven back to a3, and then you'll go to knight c2, knight e3, and then have a knight on d5. And black would typically want to be able to put the bishop on f8 on g5 to trade the knight when it hits e3 in these positions. And when you commit with g6, you've taken that option away. And Darius is a very well-prepared player, so I can't imagine he played something like this without having spent some time analyzing it, but it's something I just haven't seen before.
Well, me neither, but I guess we'll learn. It's always nice to do commentary, I find, because oftentimes you might not have the ability to check every single game, every single new idea that's coming up that becomes topical. And I think being a commentator, you often learn new things. And so hopefully maybe...
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting idea, and we'll see how the game progresses.
Looks like they made two more moves, so a6, as you said, similar to a Najdorf or Sveshnikov. Yeah. Knight a3, and then yes, that's going to be something that we want to do. I think compared to those, it is nice that white already has the pawn in c4, because typically you don't have the pawn in c4, you kind of, black already has b5, right? So they would play it on a different move order, like, can I actually make the moves? Like this, right?
Yes.
Here, here, knight f6, knight c3.
a6.
No. Oh no, I wanted to show that line
e5,
with
okay.
e5. Here, right, this line. No? Am I wrong? Am I confusing the, I confused something. I confused something, I can see I confused something.
Yeah, I think, right, after knight c3 you would play, I would assume
after
you were thinking about
knight
knight c6.
Oh, so it's e5 first then.
Right, I'm sorry, it's not with d6, so it's after.
What line do I want to show?
I think you want to show knight c6.
Knight c6, d4.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry, e5.
No, knight f6, knight c3, and then e5.
Okay, like this. Here, here. But then you have to play d6, right? And then it's bishop g5, a6 here. This is the line that I wanted to show.
Right.
b5. Knight here. Bishop e7, c3. Or takes, sorry.
Bishop takes f6, right, and then c3.
Right. So I know there's some lines where white actually plays c4 in these types of positions.
Yes.
But it usually takes some time, and of course black will put the bishop in g5, and then there are some ideas with g3, h4, the bishop goes to h6. Anyways, lots of theory that has to be studied for people, for both white and black if you're going to play this line. But what Dariush played, he allowed Irene to get the pawn to c4, and in a way it could be a plus, I'm thinking, but of course I don't play this line, so I could be totally wrong. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
Bishop
someone in the chat suggesting bishop a6 is a possibility as a substitute for bishop g5, and it might be. We'll just have to see how the game develops. And of course, you also have to be careful, when you move the knight on g8 to either f6 or e7, that bishop's not protected on h6, so that could lead to some tactical issues in some lines. But as the game progresses, we'll see, how Darius intends to deal with his bad bishop in this position.
I agree. It's going to be a little bit tricky. I wonder if he's thinking that white would take when the bishop is played in h6, if white would take, and then maybe he could get the knight back into play through f7 if we push that pawn, and then the knight could be the protector of d6 in some way.
Yeah, and that's an interesting plan because the knight on f7 in these types of positions, performs a very nice role there. It makes it very hard for white to get to the d6 pawn. And my experience in my correspondence game in these types of positions is the computer will show that white is, marginally better, plus 0.3 or plus 0.4, but then trying to turn that into something concrete. If it's well played as black, it's probably not possible.
I see. Okay. Well, we'll have to wait. I didn't turn the engine on yet. Maybe we will later to see what it says, but yeah, I'm anticipating some knight c2 in this position for white, and then we'll have to wait and see if bishop h6 is or was Dariush's idea or not. Oops, I think. All right, we're good. Okay. Oh, was it played? No, it wasn't played. That was my move. Okay, moving on to next game.
Yes, board 3.
All right, board 4. Grandmaster Vasif Durarbayli against Evan Park. What did we have? Ari Lopez. Bishop b5. Are you familiar with any of the players?
Yes, I know Vasif very well. He went to Webster University here in St. Louis, and I understand he has been playing in the U.S. or may have even recently moved back to the U.S., but he's someone I would consider a friend. Evan's a young, up-and-coming player, and I don't know him as well.
All right, well, a6, bishop, of course I know Vasif too. I know Vasif, I heard about Evan. I think I might have seen him some tournament. Okay, so bishop e7, I'm actually playing this line with black myself, b5, bishop b3, d6. All theory so far, h3. Okay, so just the closed Ari Lopez, and what system did he choose to go? All right, so far it's still theory, so I think the players might end up playing fast. Actually, it's surprising that black is still thinking in this position. Typically, I think this is the next move that has to be done. Like here, bishop f8. And then you have to get your knight. I don't know if in this system you're getting your knight to d7 or not. This was the other way that you're going to attack the center with knight e5 or knight b8.
Right.
So,
yeah, I mean, this system was made very famous in the Karpov-Kasparov matches from the mid-1980s, where I thought the theory was bishop f8, bishop c2, e takes, c takes, and then knight b4, which leads to some very sharp lines after bishop b1 and c5. And this was played, I don't know, half dozen times in the Karpov-Kasparov matches, and the theory's gotten very deep here. And there's lots of sacrificial attacks after d5, and then black has one of a couple moves here. I think he can play either c4 or he can play for knight d7 and f5.
So he's gonna give up the pawn, like just get knight d3 and then allow this pawn is eventually going to be lost, right?
It will eventually be lost, and I'm not sure, but I think you have...
Oh, I can't do that. Queen b3 then.
Right.
So queen b3, and how is black going to get his pawn back? He's trying to take advantage of this, but then I'm protected. I guess it will take some time. It's not so easy for white to probably... If white would get maybe to capture the pawn and maybe go b4, bishop b2, that could be something.
Yeah, I'd have to think about this for a minute here, because it's been a while since I've looked at these lines, but
This is an interesting line that you suggested. I don't think I've seen it played like that.
Yeah, you know, when it happens, I think it's after white plays a4 before you play knight b4. So let's go back. I probably messed this up here.
So maybe not bishop, maybe a4 here, and then going into that line, but then...
It's after they've played bishop c2. So I'm trying to think what other... I think black throws in h6 at some point. So maybe it's h6 here, and then after a4 by white,
we take.
Then you take, and then play knight b4, and then you get this position with c5. So my apologies there.
No, all good, all good.
And then after c5, d5, then black has a choice of either playing, knight d7 and f5, which is very, very dangerous because you're exposing the black king, or playing for c4, and it does ultimately involve a pawn sacrifice, where black's going to play knight d7, knight c5, and put a knight on d3, while white is making progress on the king side.
Something like that.
The rook can come over. It leads to fascinating positions. And again, I probably make an error here, because I know there's certainly positions after f5 where this has been analyzed very deeply, and black can get instantly checkmated, or white can start losing all his pawns and end up losing the game. So it's a very interesting system, and you have to be very well prepared to enter this for either white or black.
I started liking it as soon as you showed that idea, so I feel like this could be something I could look into myself. Was there any other, looks like a Zaitsev. Yes, it does look like a Zaitsev.
Yeah, I believe it's called the Zaitsev system, if I'm not mistaken. The comment here is probably correct.
But I'm surprised that black didn't go for bishop f8, because that's the next move after you go rook e8. This is the next move that should be played, in my opinion, quite instantaneously. That's the reason why you're doing that. I also know that sometimes you go g6, bishop g7. I know you're mentioning maybe h6, but I have played this with going with g6 and bringing my bishop so that I have this pawn protected. I typically don't like to take here too soon, personally, but in some lines you kind of have to, otherwise you're going to struggle if they play d5. I've played often the Chigorin with knight a5, but obviously not here earlier.
Yeah, I don't think that the line I suggested after a4 and e takes d4 for black is forced. It's the most active, but the plan Sabina is suggesting here with g6 is also very solid for black. It's less active.
Yeah.
And I've played the Breyer line, which is related to this.
Yeah, I played the Breyer.
And the problem with the Breyer is it's very passive. You often end up with your pieces, they look very nice for black, but it's hard to be active. And in today's chess, the players are active with their pieces, and those types of openings are less popular.
That's right. And I've seen some questions coming in the chat. Someone was asking us if we're doing commentary for all the rounds. If you joined in a little bit later, we wanted to let you know once again that we will be doing commentary for the morning rounds. So the rounds the rounds start at 11 a.m. Central Time, but there's a delay of 30 minutes for the games to show up on our broadcast. So we will be starting around 11:20 maybe or so Central Time. So we'll be doing the commentary for the odd number
for the
of
odd
games
rounds, and
only.
I will not be here the last couple days. I'm going to travel to play in a similar tournament to this.
Okay.
towards the end of the week, and I
Big
also
news. I wasn't aware of this.
and I'm also hosting one of the players that's playing in the America's Cup at my house. So I'm trying to balance, helping with the commentating and being a host to one of the players coming into town.
I see. Okay, so you got some interesting things going ahead. I guess I'll have to find out more information about that in the break. All good, but anyways, I will be here. I will be here all the rounds. So, the morning round. So, I hope you will be joining me sometimes. To maybe we'll go over and let you guys know about the what happened in the evening rounds. But we're typically doing the morning rounds. Like we said, who knows? Maybe there'll be a surprise afternoon stream, but I don't think so. If I mention that. Someone in the back is probably going to be unhappy, so I better stop there. And then there was another question I think that I saw. Someone was asking about the list where they could watch the pairings. I don't know if we have a comment for that, or if it's going to be added. It should be added on the website shortly. Okay. All right, so you guys can see a link to the games in the YouTube description, I'm told. And you can search for the tournament on Lichess. It's St. Louis Super Swiss. So hopefully you guys have no problem finding the tournament. Mobot might even give you a link to the event if you're on Twitch.
So we should move to board 4, where
Let's
Alice
do that.
is playing.
We have shown you a picture of Alice a little bit earlier. And now we get to see her playing with the white pieces against Grandmaster Aram Hakobyan. So she started d4, knight f6, c4, e6, I think. This is something she typically plays. So we have, again, a Queen's Indian. Oh no, d5. Never mind, no Queen's Indian. So we're transposing into some QGD. Knight b d7, Queen c2, Bishop b4. Okay. Some kind of strange. This is not Ragozin because the knight is
right,
here.
it's a Queen's Gambit decline, and Alice had generally played Bishop f4 on move 5. From someone who had to prepare for her in a tournament recently, and she started to vary her repertoire some. So Queen c2 is not a normal move in the Queen's Gambit decline in this position. It's a sub-variation. I can't say that I know a lot about it, and it looks like Aram has tried to transpose into a Nimzo sub-variation.
Nimzo or Ragozin, but it wouldn't be really Ragozin because the knight is here. Typically, it could go there if you check. So it's interesting. Actually, you could put the Queen in c2 sometimes in
the
Queen's
Ragozin.
Gambit. No,
in the Queen's Gambit as well.
Too, if you play the exchange variation and then you go, but then the knight would be here and you would go the line with knight e2, right?
Correct. And normally you've also defined where the bishop on c1 is in those variations.
That's correct.
Whereas here, the bishop on c1 is not defined in terms of where it's going to go.
Not yet.
And it's interesting, as we flip through the next couple moves here, after she exchanged and then essentially tried to transpose into a Queen's Gambit decline exchange where maybe the bishop on b4 is misplaced.
Well, is it though? Maybe Black will have some ideas if he manages to escape with the queen from the spin. Maybe he will have some kind of what opening am I thinking of? With c6, Queen a5, Cambridge Springs.
The Cambridge Springs.
Could
yes.
that happen?
It's similar, to the exchange Cambridge Springs, except normally in those lines. Black has played Queen a5 immediately,
earlier,
and then on c takes d5, he's able to capture with the knight on d5.
That's true. That is true. They do that sometimes, yeah. Okay, so, no Cambridge Springs. Something interesting. Do you think g5 is going to be... Oh, he played it. Okay. Yeah. I was about to say, do you think you would play g5? I would play it. I would go for this line. It's a sharp line, I think. Knight e4. You have to go knight d2, I think, in this position. I don't know if rook c1 is an option.
Yeah, knight d2 challenging the knight looks like the right idea to me. You know, as an older, player who grew up with the classics, these types of positions are hard to wrap your hands around. In today's world, with everything being very concrete, it's the type of position that either works for black or it doesn't. It's very loosening and it's very committal.
That's right. That's right.
But white is under pressure. I mean, black in these types of positions can often play c5 to get, the queen out, and then sometimes the d4 point becomes soft. But at the same time, black's very loose. We'll see here that black lopped off the bishop on g3 to avoid bishop e5 ever becoming problematic.
Yeah, once you commit with moves like g5, you have to do something. You cannot just sit and wait because your king is in the center and you have weakened a lot of dark squares. Your bishop is on this other side of the board. So I think this move asks black a question: what are you going to do with the knight? Now, there's pressure on the knight, there's pressure on d5, I'm not pinned anymore, what are you going to do?
Right, absolutely. And with the knight on d2, I mean, white can often, play e4 and castle long and bring the rooks to the central files immediately. So black has to be very concrete or the position can come open and, black can get in trouble very quickly.
I guess this would be another option. But the reason I didn't want to show it earlier is because if someone is watching this stream, whether on YouTube, on Twitch, they might know that I have the tendency to give up my bishop pair way too soon. So I didn't want to say it, but I will say it. I'll let that pass. But the point would just be that this knight doesn't have pressure here anymore, and typically you do end up making that move in a Nimzo or. But the bishop is of course here, so you have to be careful sometimes for things happening. But you always have the option to take it back. So it's not like we're actually giving up the bishop pair; we're getting it back the next move. So you have to see if you want to make that trade. This is the moment. If you're going to try to say no, I will just capture your bishop here, and then I will keep my bishop pair, because now I think if a capture were to happen, I think white has this option too. I'm not sure if pawn takes is still, I mean, obviously pawn takes is still a thing, but I would maybe take with the queen. I could be wrong, maybe still with the pawn. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I would be a little bit doubtful about giving up the bishop in this particular position for black because it strengthens the d4 pawn, and white really wants to force e4 through here.
I agree.
And so I think if you add stability to the d4 pawn for white, it makes e4 a stronger move.
I agree. So I guess anyways she would be capturing back with the b pawn in case this were to happen. So anyways, that's not a move we're considering. I was thinking c6 here to protect d5, but it seems like Aram went for knight to b6 directly. So he's trying to open up his bishop sooner and not make a decision about this pawn just yet. Maybe he's going to end up castling alongside. So that's why he doesn't touch that pawn just yet.
Yeah, I mean, there are some variations in the Rogozin where black plays bishop e6 and queen e7 and then castles long, and it retains the option of putting the bishop back on d6 to retain the bishop pair in this position. And black is a little bit passive here compared to white, but the bishop pair here I think is a long-term advantage in these types of positions. And typically what white would try and do in this type of position, if black's going to castle queenside, is to play a4, a5 to disturb the knight. But there's a lot of options, and so it's a tricky position to play because white has to be flexible in terms of not overcommitting.
I agree.
And black at the same time has created lots of weaknesses, so it has to be very precise here. And I think in this type of tournament, it's very fascinating compared to, say, some of the very top-tier tournaments, is you have higher-rated players here playing a somewhat risky opening against a lower-rated player that's creating this imbalance that leads to exciting chess.
That's right, that's right. And actually, I was listening to your idea with a4, a5, which I like very much. But then you might have seen me highlighting the king, and I was about to ask you, what would you do? Would you castle short, or would you keep the king in the center? Because It's really tricky here. I would be scared to castle short because I think black is going to be a little bit faster than white attacking on the king side than white on the... I could be wrong.
Well, and that's why I say you have to be a little bit flexible here in your outlook. I mean, I think white wants to play e3 and bishop to d3.
Okay.
And then you have to see how black sets their pieces up. I mean, if it looks like they're going to castle queenside, I mean, maybe you can go right away for a4, and it's not that easy for black to sort of seal the queenside with a5 because you have knight a2 hitting the bishop. I mean, it's a very interesting position. I have played the Rogozin before with, you know, success and, you know, utter failure. and these positions are very hard to play for both sides. They're very strategic, and one, you know, error in judgment strategically, as, you know, Sabina's alluding to here, could lead to a disaster because you castled directly into a mating attack.
So I played some similar pawn structure, not 100%, but there's this line with bishop g5, knight f3, bishop g5 against the king's Indian. And I remember years back, it was in a US championship, my opponent actually had the pawn in d6. Obviously, these pawns, these c4 pawn and the e7 pawn were still on the board. And my opponent went for this h6, g5 idea, just, you know, and she won my bishop the same way. My position was pretty good. I ended up just being able to attack this h6 pawn, which turned out to be weak. She ended up castling long. And then all these light squares that were weak, were left weak by the push of the pawns, turned out to be in my favor. So I was comfortable with that position. But here, I think it's definitely, you need to give it a lot of thought, as you said, because it's not so clear for either sides what they will do, and they still have a few waiting moves where they can not decide where their kings are going to go. Like you said, for white, e3, bishop d3, and wait and see what black is going to do. I'm anticipating either bishop here or bishop g4 might be a place to put the bishop. That way you might not be able to castle long. And then if you play f3, I might be happy because these pawns will be weak. You don't have the dark square bishop anymore, so e4 might not be something you want to play too soon.
Right. I mean, white could also put the bishop on e2 to control the h5 square longer, but eventually, if black is going to castle long, white either has to castle queenside himself, or herself in this case, in this position.
Wow, lots of moves were played. I did not do anything. Okay, sorry.
Well, we're going to see real quickly how.
You
so Alice went straight for a sharp line and went queenside, and she's going to open up the position immediately. She's not.
She's going for
wasting
e4.
Time.
She's going for it. She's like, you know, I learned that there's a king in the center, and I'm going to take advantage of that. That's the really great approach, but what is she going to do about these pawns? She doesn't care. She
doesn't care. She's going for it.
She's playing maybe Korchnoi style or something. No, her opponent is Korchnoi style, grabbing the pawns. But what is going on here? This position seems to be going in a different direction than we thought. Can't I play bishop here right now? Oh no, maybe there's a, wait, there's a threat. There's a check bishop threat here. Black has to be careful. Almost missed that. It's so easy to miss this.
Right. Yes, and for the audience, we're not looking at the engine here, and in these tactical positions, that we can certainly look not very smart here. We're trying in the opening here to explain these games from a strategic perspective, but this position very quickly went from strategic to tactical.
Tactical. So we have to start being sharp. It's still morning here, not that morning anymore, so we should be sharp enough. I did some tactics this morning, so hopefully, you know, I won't be blundering too many pieces anytime soon. But okay, we need to come up with some kind of defense for black. I know this. No, it's not going to be a good idea. It's going to be. It's going to be a crazy idea, like a really crazy idea. What do we think? Is this a totally crazy idea? Probably, right? Because you cannot take at least at first sight because of bishop
Well,
f5, but maybe you can do this
yeah,
for.
well, if bishop f5, you're saying I can't play bishop d3 there?
Do you have a mate? Am I going to get? Yeah, maybe this is bad. I was trying to be funny, but I wasn't. Of course, when you don't know what to do, first thing you should do is give up the bishop for the knight check.
Yeah, capture check.
Maybe you can go here.
You know, is always important to look at. Well, but if I take with the...
If you take, I want to check and check. So I'm thinking that would be fine for me, but I wonder if you can play, you know, in this kind of sacrificial style and just...
Well, and then after bishop e3, I can grab your bishop and the queens come off and we have opposite color.
Here?
No, if I move the king over.
Okay.
I have bishop to e3 here as black, maybe.
You take
Or,
me.
bishop takes d3 and I'm not pinning you anymore either, but I have a mate threat.
It's a very interesting position. I thought I would just go a little bit crazy. I don't know that this is a move. If this is actually a move that's good, I will be amazed by myself. I usually don't suggest crazy moves like this where you keep the king in the center. You know what other idea I have now that I was thinking? So I do want to keep the king somewhat in the center, but maybe not. Maybe I could... It's looking too bad. No. What if I just... Is this... I mean... I definitely need to move.
You may not need to castle. I mean, black could put the bishop on d6, you know, to stop the d5 pawn, solidify c7, and sort of leave the option open of, you know, king f8, king g7.
I agree. I was just worried that white would come in with some moves with tempo, like say
with check.
I guess now we could go there, but
right now, some of the f7 pawn's extremely weak.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very concrete position. The players have played relatively quickly. And are there more moves on the board, or is
no,
that your
that's it.
analysis?
The
Your
position
analysis?
is here after he
Okay.
takes d5. Yeah, this is the last. This is the current position. And
my gut reaction here is that black is running more risk than white is in this position because of how wide open the black king is. But white has very weak pawns and black has the bishop pair, so black has some strategic advantages in return for some short-term tactical problems which could end in, you know, instantaneously losing the game. But
I agree.
Aram is a very, very strong grandmaster, and he sees things very, very quickly. So I can't imagine he walked into this position without having some idea, but it's certainly very dangerous for black.
It seems quite dangerous, I agree. You know what I was thinking just now? I know it's a little bit, again, my bishop, someone will start telling me, Sabina just played that, or someone might have even said it in one of the chats, like, just play the Nimzovich, you just give up your bishops every 5 seconds. But we just do this, and then if you capture, now I'll give queen e1 check. You're going to try to avoid the queen trades, right? Like
yes.
Typically, I believe, because the pawn structure is going to be quite bad for an endgame. And then after this move, I was thinking maybe we could give this check. I don't know how much we can survive this with black, but... Or maybe we could even capture... No, it would be too much. Because there's still this check. And so we need to escape... This cannot be something playable for black, right?
It looks really, really dangerous, but again, I mean, the black king can get to f8 and g7, so, you know, bishop g4 here, so if you play bishop check, king f8, king g7, there's nothing instantaneous here.
I was thinking king d8, but I do like your idea slightly better than mine.
And even, you know, if you move the d rook to f1, I mean, you could lose the d4 pawn. I don't know that if I was black, I would be anxious to grab that right away because it opens another line, but it loosens it. And you're not checkmating immediately. I mean, black can bring, well, black also has another problem here. The bishop on b5 is that rook on a8 can't get to either, say, d8 and d7, or to e8 to guard the f7 square.
Right.
So that pawn on d5 and the bishop on b5 are, you know, making it a little bit harder for black to guard f7 with one of the rooks.
I agree. It would have to.
But
they're a couple of moves behind, but they might be able to make it.
yeah.
But we have to say that actually there was a move that was played here, and Aram went for the natural bishop d7 in this position, it seems like. He did not want to go into complications. He might consider just castling long, potentially. That way his king will get out of harm's way, maybe go into some other harm's way. Yeah, actually. That is a move that's just so natural. I don't know why we were thinking so
Concretely.
aggressive. It was me. It was me. Well, I've been taking this. I've been watching. I've been spending some time on Chessable, and I got the Judith Polgar, one of the Judith Polgar courses, and she's focusing on these, you know, checks, captures, you know, variations and threats and everything. So I'm looking for those forcing moves. I'm just, you know, in that mood. When you read something and you're so excited about it, then you just do that. You think that's the only way.
It's the natural reaction in these positions to look for check, capture, threat. And that's sort of when you're analyzing the first things to look at.
Well, now it seems like the position is calming down a little bit. I don't see concrete ways for white at the moment to be able to still... to keep, well, maybe this check, but other than that, I guess
well,
there's
it's dangerous.
What will you do with the king is going to be the question, because I believe after this we could have more threats, that either that or maybe we could just go d6 first, just sacrifice the pawn to keep.
Yeah, I think black, again, with king f8, king g7, it's not that easy to get to the king, and now you have the e8 square for the rook, where you didn't in the line we were looking at, where the bishop was not on d7. So as dangerous as this looks for black, the king's pretty safe on f8 and g7 here. Now white's obviously going to move his white squared bishop and put a rook on f1, but black's going to get a tempo with rook e8.
Yeah, that I was trying to figure out where to put the bishop, because in d3 I'm just blocking the queen, and after rook e8 I might have to trade queens, which I'm not sure I want. So I guess I could go here to keep the option open to retreat with my queen. If you're going to attack me, to just go back, for example.
Right, and you know, and then here black can play even something like, say, well, the queen's a little loose, so we have to be careful about the black queen.
I'm still thinking there are ideas for black to have some ideas with tempo here, which will be kind of unpleasant. Bishop f5, and eventually I will make my move. I'm very much like, I really want to make that move somehow, you know. Did we miss anything? Was there anything?
I mean, there's a comment here about queen e4 check, bishop e7, d6 looks more interesting. I think black, the king on f8 to me looks safer, because we're getting the rook on a8 into play, and as Sabina's pointing out, we're also getting the bishop to f5 potentially with threats, and so that bishop on b4 gives us the attack on the knight on d2, and we've kept our queen on f2, which is, you know, potentially supporting bishop f5. So maybe bishop e7 is objectively a better move, but the idea of black potentially being able to hit all the white pieces while white's not also fully developed is pretty appealing.
But you know, I mean, in this position after bishop e7, so it's true that move keeps the option open to castle long, but in the same time, if you place the bishop there, you're stuck. You cannot castle. So I don't need to make this decision, rush decision, to think, oh, I'm going to put pressure on the bishop so that you castle long. And let's just show that line for the audience. And then so that you have this move, for example, and hit my rook, right? I could just not go, why would I do that? Because right now you're stuck. Right now I can actually capture the bishop if you castle.
Right.
So maybe I'll just make a good development move because that's what we're taught. I really wanted to play that move, but I'm just being a little bit too aggressive right now. I'm trying to be Yasser style and do, just make moves because I know they're not my pieces. I've heard him make that joke, so I hope he doesn't mind.
But here you might consider bishop c4 because it threatens to play d6 because now you're threatening rook hf1 immediately after. Mm-hmm. So and black doesn't have the option of bishop d6 here. So bishop c4. Now black can maybe play bishop f5 here or queen f5, but that's maybe queen f5, bishop f5. I think I would be very happy about this position with the white, I believe, because I don't see a follow-up. Well, you can play f6, and you're trying to say really? Queen takes c7, rook c8. But you're falling apart. Yeah, you're losing everything here because the bishop's guarded.
I'll take everything.
Yeah. That's why I say you're losing everything here.
I don't think. Oh no!
Oh, and there's mate.
Oh,
yeah. It was one of those things, right? It looked a little bit suspicious for white grabbing everything.
Just grabbing everything. Well, that didn't work out. That didn't work out very well. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna be more mindful about it. Okay, now we know that's a threat. We're gonna be more mindful. Okay, so let's be careful about that tactic.
But I don't know.
But you see, that's why I wanted to put the bishop in d3. You know what? I'm just gonna stick to my idea.
Right. What I was gonna say is though, I'm not so sure that trading queens is awful if white can somehow take advantage of the development, and maybe white can't. Here, after bishop c4, bishop f5, whether I just retreat the queen back.
You want to just go back, but where?
Well, to e1. I want my rook on the open file.
But this? I don't know if it is a possible idea. I do want to grab some material first, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it might just be a terrible idea.
But why would we want to trade queens when black is struggling with the king in the center and really now he cannot castle? Sure. So just bishop d3, I feel that should give white sufficient play here. Rook e1 can come in next because, well, not yet. Still we cannot go rook e1 because whenever we'll take, then there'll be rook e8 and there'll be...
I think you can play rook hf1 here.
Yeah, we'll go here. This is the threat in this position, rook hf1. So what about, let's just say black is greedy and just decides to take this pawn in this position.
I think I want to put a rook on f1.
Rook, maybe we can go rook h to f1?
I think the h rook makes the most sense here.
You have to, sorry. Okay.
But yeah, I would say this position's extremely unclear here. And again, it's very concrete.
But black is somehow stuck. I don't know if I would feel comfortable going back with the bishop to e7.
Yeah. Pinning a piece doesn't feel right.
Doesn't feel right, and it's good to keep the bishop for threats. Although we're joking about it quite a lot, but in some situations, you have to give up a bishop for a knight. And I think for black, trading off to an endgame, this would be a dream come true because especially if it's like bishop endgame or king and pawn. Definitely totally winning. The king will just come and grab every single pawn. It's going to be very easy. So you want to try to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. Okay, I think we focus on this game a lot. People want to see more stuff. And I think I saw a question about the why we're not showing the players playing. I think this time around we will not be showing the playing hall. However, we will have live interviews as some of the games are finishing. I know we have someone on site who's going to take interviews with some of the players, and we will be showing them in studio. So, you guys will have the chance to see some of the players. If there's someone in particular you would like us to interview, feel free to let us know in any of the chat, Twitch or YouTube, and we'll try our best to get your favorite players interviewed and shown on the broadcast. But I cannot promise you that. I'm just a commentator for the moment, but I'll try my best to talk to the right people so that you guys get to see your favorites live. But anyways, looks like we had another move, but people are asking for more games. So is there any specific game that maybe someone in the chat can tell us, or maybe you, Doug, have?
Yeah, why don't we just go in order, and then we'll get the first 10 games in, and then we'll try and pick around as the games progress. So
sounds good. So we'll go to board 5, Lazar Bruzon against Aaron Jacobson, and there was. Some of you may have joined us a little bit later, and we wanted to let you know once again, there is a delay. There's a 30-minute delay in the broadcast, so yes. In the games, the broadcast, yeah, we're live. I apologize. I'm being told. I know they were live. We're live. The games are shown 30 minutes later. The delay is 30 minutes. All right, hopefully that cleared things up for everyone. Great. All right, so let's see. Let's catch up with the moves, because we spent quite a lot of time, and I think some of these games are getting out of the opening quite soon. What is this H6 move? I think the Jacobson brothers are sometimes coming up with very interesting new ideas. That's definitely not a topical line people typically take here or something. Bishop e7, I don't know what else. Maybe check is an option too in this Catalan, but...
I can't say I've never seen h6 before, but I personally don't understand the move at all, because there's no variation where white is going to play bishop g5 or knight g5 immediately.
Let me tell you.
I'm going to be corrected by Sabina, but that's okay.
I lost a game myself with knight g5. So what happened is I had learned how to play against the Catalan, and I thought I knew that perfectly crystal clear. So what I did is I set up my position with, I don't know exactly how it was, but it was something with c6, b6, bishop e7, castle, and then I put my bishop in b7, knight in a6, and then the trade happens. My opponent goes e4. Right. A trade happens here. He takes back with the knight, and then I think I can play c5. I think I can play c5. You're saying knight g5 is not possible. Trust me.
Sure, right. They have knight f6 and knight g5 threatening mate. They take all your pieces on the queen side.
I fell for that. And after that, I just couldn't sleep, for days.
Yeah, that's an issue with chess. You make moves like that and you think about them all night, and it's a real issue.
That's really, But normally, no, I totally agree with you.
I would be a little concerned about playing h6, because a lot of times in the closed Catalan lines, white's got more space on the king side. So as Sabina said, white would angle for e4 with some combination of, say, knight bd2, queen c2, and e4, and then eventually play e5 if black doesn't capture on e4, and then that h6 move provides a hook for white to play g4, g5 in the future. And this is a plan that takes many moves. It's not like white can go directly for that, but it does create a long-term target.
I agree.
And a lot of the open Catalan lines, you can't afford to waste a tempo with h6.
I agree.
So again, the Jacobson brothers look at this stuff very deeply, so I'm sure that it's got its points, but it's not a move that I understand.
I don't either, but let's see what they have planned. Maybe we'll come up with we'll try to understand. We'll try our best to understand the difference and how this move could be useful for black in some situations. But anyways, I think it is important for our viewers to know that whatever opening they are trying to learn, they should make sure they become familiar with the different themes and tactical ideas. Would you agree?
Doug?
Yes.
Yeah, because if you're not familiar with them, even if you think you know the moves and everything, you have to know the tactics because you're typically taught the main lines, not the side lines, and oftentimes in side lines there can be some forks discoveries that you're not aware of, and you should definitely make sure you study some of those as you go along. Okay.
And to me, this is an interesting decision already with c takes d5, because the idea that I was talking about of playing, for knight bd2, queen c2, and e4, you've decided not to do that. Now, Luzon's a much better player than I am, so, typically in these Queen's Indian structures, when you have to recapture the pawn on d5, black is strategically worse. But
so I think he's kind of combining maybe this idea is very typical in Queen's Gambit declined to capture the exchange variation. So you or just like normal Queen's Gambit declined, you typically take there as soon as black plays b6 because you know they're going to develop the bishop there. And by making this move, you don't get the Carlsbad structure. You don't get to play c6 anymore. So now you are kind of forced more or less to figure out a way to hide this weakness that you've created for yourself. So I wonder if he's just trying to combine those two ideas somehow with this trade, but that's the only thing I can think of. I totally agree with you that I would want to play for that, but maybe it's difficult now that black doesn't have the pawn in c6 and his bishop will be able to control e4. Maybe he just thought it would be difficult to get that.
right, and black, might be playing for c5 here to, get rid of the weakness that Sabina is referring to here.
Trade all the center. I'm curious to see if at some point white is going to place a knight in e5 and try some f4. Probably it's not going to work here. So well, the Pillsbury idea, bishop a3. Okay, trades. Queen e7, this knight has to come back into play. It's actually interesting in other variations for black too. Sometimes this knight goes to a6, maybe in like London system or something.
Well, in the Queen's Indian, there's lines with knight a6 and c5.
No, but what I was trying to say is this knight doesn't go back to c2 now. You don't want there's nothing to do here, so you always have to think about the future of it. So it seems like Lazaro is going for knight b5 with tempo, and then whenever that knight will be chased, he's bringing it back to c3. This is the place where the knight wants to be. You may think you're saving some move by just taking it to c2, but since you don't have a follow-up to it, I believe that's the reason why he goes there.
Right. I mean, white's created, the potential for a hanging pawn structure here now after c5, and I think white normally, has an advantage if they can get the bishop to g2 in these hanging pawn structures, because black doesn't have a favorable way to resolve the tension in this position.
I agree, yeah. So white is well placed, actually, in case black considers to take, which they shouldn't, but in case that trade happens, black will stay with an isolated pawn, which white is perfectly placed with the pieces to attack it. With the minor pieces, oftentimes you don't get that. This bishop is usually in e2, so it takes you for quite some time. But white will have a great position then. But here, do you think white will go maybe rook c1 and try to capture so that he gets two hanging pawns and start putting pressure on them?
Yes.
Would white's pieces be placed correctly to attack?
I think so, and also when you have the hanging pawns, you want to keep as many pieces on the board as you can.
I agree.
And so strategically, white's traded off one set of minor pieces here, and in particular, with the black squared bishop gone, the c5 pawn is softer.
But he will probably go rook c1, then come back, bring the knight here to put pressure. He has to come up with a way to bring this queen to attack c5. Typically, I think this would be a great location for it if you could bring it there. So that you technically try, right, to, from my knowledge, to attack one of the hanging pawns to make it push forward so that you can blockade them, right? So I think that will be, do you think the c5 will be the one that we're trying to attack, or d5?
I think it's c5, and white can also, after rook c1, put the rook on c2, which then gives flexibility to move the queen, either to b1 or a1, and to bring the other queen, or to c1 and a3, as Sabina's pointing out here. So, rook c1, rook c2, which also guards e2, makes a lot of sense to me, because it then gives white a lot of different avenues for putting pressure, and it's hard to see how black is going to strengthen his pressure against the white e2 pawn.
I agree.
So I think white is strategically better in these positions, but there's still a big fight ahead.
That's right. Well, I think we're hitting about an hour since we started streaming, so we are going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more games to show you. Meanwhile, we're going to show you something, a preview of the American Cup. Stay with us. See you soon.
Great. Thank you. We'll see you later.
The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com.
Cardio isn't the right way to lose weight. I mean, why?
The only thing I would say is
Welcome back, everyone. I'm FIDE Master Doug Eckert, and I'm here with
Women's Grandmaster Sabina Foisor. Welcome back to our coverage of the St. Louis Super Swiss event.
And before we go back to looking at the games, everyone has requested to see the pairings, so they should be up on your screen here shortly.
There they are.
And this is 100% of the players in the tournament and the pairings. And as we were on break, there was lots of requests for us to look at one of the local favorite players, Akobian's game. So we're going to start by going to Akobian's game.
We're gonna go to that. So once again, we have 41 players playing, and you guys see the pairings for everything on your screen still. Before the break, we took a look at the first 5 boards. We saw Nyzhnyk against Josiah Stearman, Arin Sukandar against Schwartz, Durarbayli, Evan Park, Alice Lee against Aram Hakobyan. That was a really exciting game. And then we finished off with Bruzon's game against Aaron Jacobson. But since there were a lot of requests about some of the local players here, one of the most famous ones, Hakobyan seems to be a favorite. We'll get directly to it.
Right, and I also wanted to answer another question in the chat here. Someone asked about us looking at one of Kostya Kabutsky's games. Unfortunately, Kostya is on one of the boards that's not on GDT, so we're not able to see his game. So
We're not.
We're only able to see the top 10 boards, and those will be the games that we're commenting on.
That's right. For the moment, that's what we're doing. And I don't think we're going to pull up the schedule, but for those of you who are joining in late, or maybe we can pull up the schedule of the tournament. So the rounds there are 2 rounds a day besides the last day when there's just going to be the one and final round. So each day the rounds start at 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. and last day, March 16th, the last round will still start at 11 a.m. For the commentary part that we are going to go over the odd number games only. So we'll be live for round 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. I'm told I will be joined by another co-host, which makes me sad because I wasn't aware of it. We found that out earlier, but we'll see who that will be. But until then, we will be here. Hopefully you'll be here with me tomorrow as well, right?
Yes.
All right, so we'll go over the games for round 3, and there is a delay in the games. We are live, however, but the games are delayed by 30 minutes. That's how you guys see them, and you can follow the broadcast of the games on Lichess. So I just pulled the game between Hakobyan, and I see he's playing against Nicolas Ladan, and I actually know Nicolas. Last year I was the head of the delegation of the US team for World Youth Championships, and Nicolas was the US representative for boys under 18. So I got the chance to see some of his interesting games there, and I think he was getting ready to go to college. I think he has just one more year. He's finishing this year, and his high school, and he's playing against Hakobyan. So let's catch up with the moves. I'm sure you know a lot about Var.
Yeah, I mean, Var is an extremely good friend of mine. We hang out together quite frequently, so I know Var very well. He's a very popular player. He's a very solid player, and he's certainly looking forward to playing more chess. In the last couple of years, he's spent a lot of time with the commenting crew here in St. Louis, and he would like to play more chess. He also has 2 young children at home, which makes playing chess more complicated.
That's right, but then maybe even more exciting too, because sometimes when you have, I don't have kids, so obviously I can't talk about it. But when I was a student, for example, sometimes I would really enjoy playing chess more when I could get off my school duties. Obviously, it's not the same. I'm not trying to say it's the same. It's totally different. But sometimes when I had to
When I was finishing with an exam and I had to go play chess, it was like so exciting, and I was so much more motivated for chess then. So hopefully we'll see Var doing well in this event. Looks like he went for the exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit, Bishop G5. I played this. Oh, Bishop B4.
Right.
We're seeing this. I was about to say.
But we're
Nobody
not
was
seeing
doing-
H6 G5 as the follow-up.
We're
here.
not. Looks like H6 was played, but Var went for the line Bishop takes F6.
Well, in
here.
the Alice Lee game, she had played Queen C2
Yes,
and not E3.
and the knight was here as well. The knight was in F3.
Yes, yes. So it's a little different.
A little bit different than that game. So this is quite theoretical. Queen takes Queen A4 check. Actually, Queen A4 check. I thought it was. I could be wrong. I thought it was Queen C2 or Queen B3, but I could be wrong. This is for sure another line. So what you're trying to do with white, you're trying to attract the knight to come to C6, which will stop this pawn from supporting the D5,
Yes.
right? And once that move is played, eventually this queen will be out of place there, but it's done a good job of restricting black from playing C6. So that's all what we're trying to do with white, with Queen A4.
Right. But Var is a very classical player. He plays for pawn structure positions, and he understands these positions extremely well. Coming from someone who's played hundreds of blitz games with him, he knows how to play these positions tremendously well.
Okay, so yeah, no, I'm not saying. I'm sure. I wasn't familiar with this move exactly here. That's why I was a little bit surprised. But I know it's a move. Like I know it's a move earlier. Maybe here people sometimes.
Well,
Maybe
I think
you just transpose it.
they're not in a normal Rogozin because
They aren't, yeah.
White hadn't played Knight F3 yet. So I think what he was trying to do was to transpose into a Rogozin type structure that he was familiar with. And I don't think theory is all that important to Var here. What's important to him is that he gets a structure that he's happy with and that he feels like he can outplay his opponent. And to me, you know, rook to d8 looks a little strange.
Suspicious, yes.
Normally you would want the rook on e8 in these structures, but he's guarding the d5 pawn as a precautionary thing, you know, so when white castles and the knight's not pinned, he doesn't necessarily have to take the knight on c3, although ultimately I believe that black did take the knight on c3.
Yeah, this is interesting. At first, when I saw the move, I thought maybe he's trying to do something like this, but I don't think that would make any sense at all. In some situations, I think Fischer came up with that idea, but it was with white, and the reason he would bring the bishop, and I think in that game was in e1, is because there was a pawn that the bishop was locked. So he brought out his f rook, and then he brought the bishop to e1. But here, no, that would be silly for black to do.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
wouldn't
rook
make any
d8 is
sense.
probably okay, but the rook's a little passive on d8 in that now you have a rook on a8, and it's hard to see exactly what you're going to do with the rook on a8.
I wonder if he's going to try to push the pawns on the queen side somehow. So he took in c3 because he wanted to move the knight and then get that structure with c6 potentially. And now he's trying to take advantage of his queen in f6 to play queen to g6, hit this pawn, castle. I guess bishop h3 wouldn't be doing much because the knight e1 looks like it was actually played. And what do we have over here? Who is better? It's I prefer white. I don't know if black has some, but how does white get untangled from here? Just bishop f3 and then try to get the knight away? Or do you think Var is going to try to trade queens?
Yeah, I mean,
Or
white,
just
white
maybe
can,
bishop here to take...
white can play king h1 here and ask black where he wants to put his bishop. And then, I mean, normally you'd want the rooks on b1 and c1 if you're white here, and you've already made a tempo move with rook c1.
I wonder why he played rook c1 in that position. No, he
played it.
He played it here. He had to?
Yeah.
Couldn't he just, he had?
Bishop e2 and castling without, forcing
Yeah.
the rook. Because there's always a rule when you're developing your pieces, what pieces do you know that they go to a square versus what piece are you undecided where it should go? And to me in this position, you know your bishop's going to go to e2, but you're less certain where you want that rook on a1 at this point. So
I agree.
I would
Good.
think that bishop e2 is a little bit more accurate, and that gives you a little bit more flexibility.
But maybe if he had played bishop e2, maybe black wouldn't have gone for the capture, or maybe VAR didn't expect that the capture were going to happen, so he was just getting ready to put some pressure on the file. And actually, do you think rook takes would have been?
Well, rook takes makes more sense if you put the rook on c1, but
Yeah, and then try to go something like this, and this is going to keep black from moving the knight anytime soon. I wonder why VAR, and it's tricky. He probably spent some time here. Actually, can we see how fast he's played this move after the takes? He did spend about 5 minutes here, supposedly, if these times that we're getting are correct. Typically, they are correct. He's decided how to capture because I guess he was not anticipating this move. Since white didn't have any threat of moving the knight just yet, black would have waited maybe one more move with some bishop development. And he probably didn't anticipate that this was going to happen, and I guess he finally decided that it was better to take with the pawn instead of the rook. It's interesting. It just has to do with the choice or preference of pawn structure.
right. And normally this pawn structure at b takes c3, if black doesn't have his white squared bishop, it's very difficult to defend. But with black having the white squared bishop, it tends to be less effective for white.
Why do you think so?
Because the bishop can drop back and guard the queen side. But again, black has that rook on d8 instead of e8. So they both have sort of misplaced their rooks a little bit here.
So c5 was played. Actually, this is the current position that we are seeing right now after c5. Black is trying to, I guess, trade all of these pawns and get into a... just equalize the position. Could we just take? Is there something that black has planned to regain his pawn down in this position?
Yeah, that looks like a very strong move to me.
I'm a little bit confused as to why c5 was played that fast. Because I'm not seeing a way for black to get the pawn back. What am I missing? Is black considering but then we can take with the bishop, right? And then
Yeah, or the rook.
or the rook. I was just thinking maybe black wants to bring in the rook somehow like this just to be creative with a potential attack, but
Right, but I was also thinking I could bring my rook over too if I take.
But where? Okay, yes, you're right, you can. But I just, where exactly, h4? Maybe h4 to chase that annoying bishop away.
Yeah, h4, f4. I mean, I have options. It also gives me the option of doubling the rook somewhere or coming to d4 and...
Yeah, what are we not seeing here in this position? Is there some kind of...
But d takes c5 looks like a very
Is
strong move for
d4?
white.
What about this? What about this move?
But if I just... oh,
So
okay.
my idea is just to let you with that, because you're talking about pawn structures,
Right.
right? And VAR being, I think VAR is more of a, would you say he's more of a positional or tactical player?
He's a positional player.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's
Right.
more positional. I've seen him play some attacking tactical games, but so maybe if he does that, maybe I go d4 against his. And my point is now that if you capture, maybe rook takes, and I'm just leaving you with the extra pawn. I'm aware of that, but maybe it's not going to be easy for white to hold on to these pawns since the pawn structure got a little bit.
Okay, so
changed.
if you take and I put my king on h1 to force you to commit the bishop somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe bishop
I know it's.
e6.
Could I make an in-between move or no?
Then I put the bishop on f3, and I'm hitting your
B7.
pawn on b7, and I'm controlling the queening square if I take it, which seems highly dangerous for black.
Okay, let's try some. I have some ideas. Probably terrible.
Yeah, you're right. You're guarding the knight, or you're trapping the knight in.
Yeah, I was thinking to maybe do something like this, but it's probably just too much dreaming. I need to move my rook first, of course, now, and then, yeah, you start marching that pawn. I cannot afford to let you do that. So I guess after king h1, I do need to move my bishop somewhere. Would this be?
Well, but if you go to e6, you're
E6?
putting some pressure on the c4 pawn. So I mean, it's guarded 3 times, and you're also leaving room for the rook to come around. Knight f3 looks like the most obvious move.
Yeah.
But can I play something stupid like rook g4, knight e5, and I torque you, and the game's over?
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. That's I didn't want to. That's why I wanted to go here, but this could allow for the trade. And then the question is, do we capture with the rook or with the queen? Maybe with the queen. And now, if you go, for example, knight f3, knight f3. Let's play. No, I can't. I can't do that. Okay.
Well,
maybe rook here.
You could right, rook f4. I mean, this looks really crude and primitive, but sometimes those things work. I mean, if nothing else, white
Queen
can play
b3.
rook c3 or queen b3.
I was thinking to bring the queen back, but the queen sometimes can have ideas there too. Okay, I want to go rook c8, eventually get my pawn back. It's going to be a game. It's going to be a game where black has given up a pawn, but it's a double pawn, so as long as black doesn't lose
Hold
this
on.
one.
Can I just hit you with rook e1 here? You know, if you move the knight, I'm going to.
No, I want to take.
That
was my. That's why I was.
That's what I said. Right, I got to handle that first. So
I'm not sure if it leads to a perpetual check, but I believe it should be.
Right. Okay. So that was my point. You play rook c3 first because I want this idea, if I can, of rook fe1 to trade a pair of rooks.
Would this do anything or not?
Do I care?
We're really far ahead. It seems like Var did not take in c5. I wonder if this is the reason why he did not go for it. People are saying this looks good for white. It is a little bit scary. I'm not quite sure if I would be...
Yeah, because if you move the rook off the c file, the c4 pawn drops off. So I think I want to stray here. I think, Sabina's move of queen b3 might be a better idea. But we're really far out.
We're really far out, yeah. But this was an interesting... I actually wonder, maybe we can put the engine for just 1 second to see if d4 was even something suggest. Wow, I'm amazed that it's actually suggested. It still seems that it's
+1 for white, a little under.
+1.
Yeah, we'll go back a move here just to see what it says.
Queen a3, the move that Var played, actually is the choice of the engine in this position.
Okay.
So I think this is certainly kind of interesting to keep in mind. I mean, it might not be good, but since black is having a tough position, I guess actually before c5, yeah, it still was saying that it was much better for white, this position. So despite the fact that white retreated with the knight here to protect g2, they are having, I mean, we knew that Var was having a better position. We just weren't quite sure why he took with the pawn, and it has the rook here, but maybe it will help him in the end to open up the file and get the rook into play. But I guess for people who end up just getting into slightly worse positions, what they have to remember to do is not give up and try to come up with ways to make it difficult for their opponent. So what we suggested with d4, maybe could have created some kind of counterplay for black and get his opponent. So Nicolas would get Var into maybe a type of position that he wasn't as comfortable with. And Var was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll play queen a3. This is a nice tactical idea. We see the pawn is now pinned. You can't take, and we still keep the option open of capturing whenever we want to. So he's just making this move would be good for some situations as well if you're not careful, if this pawn gets to be moved. So it's
sure,
it's
and
really
also
nice.
it leaves open the possibility of, you know, after say rook a c8 to play c takes d5 and rook takes c5 to keep the
Nice,
structure
yes. Love
intact
that.
for white while winning a pawn,
Right.
while leaving all the weaknesses for black on the queen side. And
I like this move very much, not rushing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that seems natural, but it's the first thing that you have to think about, I think. Maybe one day we'll get the chance to ask him if he thought about that move at all or not. But anyways, let's see. So this is the current position. Many of you have asked us to show this game, talk about it. We did. Where shall we go?
Why don't we go see Christopher Yoo and Gabriela Antova? And
Let's do that.
Christopher is one of the very talented young up-and-coming players, and Gabriela is a player on the St. Louis University team. Christopher won the U.S. Junior Championship last year and also had a very good showing in the U.S. Championship. I don't remember his exact score, but I thought he was around even, which in that field is a tremendous score.
Yeah, he's played very well. I know he's training a lot, and he's very famous for his solving puzzles very fast.
And
he wasn't
and
able to dethrone Grandmaster Ray Robson, but you know, he still did.
Well, he not only solves them, but he also creates puzzles. And having spent a little bit of time around Christopher, I mean, the ability that he has to create positions just in his mind that are fascinating to solve, it's unbelievable to watch him do it. And he's so quick.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Has he shared any? I don't know if
No, he's entered some of his puzzles in the puzzle contests around the world. So
I
think he might have medaled, which is very hard to do because this is a very specialized area of chess.
I think he finished second. I believe he finished. I know Ray Robson won the puzzle rush competition, but.
Oh, that's a different thing. I'm talking about these deep puzzles where you have like a position where white can win in 7 moves or black can win in 6 moves.
I see. Okay.
He creates these puzzles, and he's got an extraordinary talent for it. And it's something that I don't think most chess players can just sit there and do and say, I'm going to create a position and it's going to be hard to solve. And he can do it in his mind, and then he computer checks it, and he's right a high percentage of the time, which to me is a talent that I've never had. I can't do it.
I agree. That is brilliant. I wasn't aware he was composing things. I know a few chess players who are composing a lot and are great, but yeah, I know longer time ago, before the era of computers, I thought that was brilliant that they composed all these positions without a computer. They checked and it was correct. So now, you know, now with the computer, some of those you can still find mistakes in some of the composition, but it's awesome to hear that. Well, hopefully one day I'll get to see some of his composition. But let's get back to the game. So he's playing against Gabriela Antova, and they played again a Queen's Indian. Okay, so Christopher, compared to the other game we saw, went for bishop b7, not bishop a6.
And someone's asking who the composer was, and it's Christopher Yoo, who's playing black in the game that we're looking at here. He's, you know, made a number of chess compositions, and, you know, one of the great talents in American chess right now.
Yes. And how old is he, actually? I don't know. He's age 15?
I believe he'll be 16 this year.
Okay. a5, castle, this is theory, bishop g5. Okay, yeah, so after we castle, we typically want to move this bishop, or if it's a knight, sometimes, so you have to decide if you're going to take or not. So Christopher decided to play a5 and hold on to the bishop there. there are lines where white ends up taking here, but I think even if it seems that this pawn structure could be somehow good for white because this pawn is kind of weak supposedly, it won't be, because I think sometimes black ends up playing c5 and they would have that would be totally fine. That pawn I don't think ever gets captured. Maybe in some lines, but not.
I would hate this position as white.
For white,
I mean,
yeah.
black has pressure on the A file and black has space, and it's very hard to dissipate that favorably.
And sometimes white ends up playing a3 as well to kind of force black to make a decision whether they're going to capture the bishop or go back to e7. I don't know what Christopher had planned in this position if he were to capture, but I think typically they end up capturing here. And then we capture, and then white castles, queen c2, b3. This queen sometimes ends up there. And the fight will still be over the e4 square, typically. Okay, so bishop g5, bishop e7, all right. Knight c3, knight e4. Okay, we have to take. And queen c2. Okay, so far everything's normal. Actually, is f5 not a move in this position? I guess it's not. Why not? Why is this not a move? Is knight d2 a thing we have to be worried about with black?
You know, it's a move, but I don't know that black is really going to get a kingside attack in these structures. I've tried to play the classical Queen's Indian before, or the classical f5 line, and Korchnoi played some amazing games with that in the late 70s, but it's also a weakening move for black, too, to play f5.
Yeah, f5, yeah. I think it depends. Also, in this position, black doesn't have the dark square bishop anymore, like they would have it in the Dutch. So it's going to be even harder, because sometimes you want to play d6, knight d7, and then push e5 even, and without the bishop it might be more difficult.
Right.
So.
I can't point to an immediate problem with it, but I would be worried about playing f5 in this position as black.
I see. Okay, so takes, and then queen takes, of course. Pawn takes doesn't make much sense here for white when you can keep a good pawn structure. And now d6, yeah. So knight d7.
Right. And someone's
he played
asking,
bishop
after
e4.
Gabriella played bishop g5, if black plays h6, is white compelled to give up the dark squared bishop? And the answer is probably yes. There's not a convenient spot to drop the bishop back to. You could put the bishop on f4, but it doesn't really perform any function there, and it will ultimately get chased away. So I think you're probably forced, and I guess the question coming out is the bishop pair advantageous for black in this position?
I don't think so, because I think white gets in e4 if you're trying to stop white from going e4. You will have to go d5, in which case capture and your bishop is going to be stuck there again. Or maybe we don't even take. Maybe we go for the idea that you and I have discussed in another game with queen c2 and trying to go e4 without capturing. I think this queen is definitely potentially misplaced in f6. With the bishop having to go back there, I don't think you can put in the bishop here.
Yeah, no, I think that's very good, Sabina. I believe that's showing why h6 is a mistake there for black, because while it gains the bishop pair, white is then going to gain space, and all of black's pieces are going to be misplaced here.
Yeah, the coordination is going to be difficult, because you definitely want a knight to come to f6, and so that's probably the reason why Christopher went back bishop e7, because if you choose to take right now with white in f6, then instead of having a queen in f6, we have a bishop, and this bishop can potentially go back to g7. So it's going to be super well placed, having double fianchetto bishops controlling the center is open, and black will have various ways to open up the center with one of these pushes, which they can decide later based on what white does. So that's why he went for it. So hopefully we answered the question. Was there anything else that was asked?
No, I mean, I think people make comments, draw or c5 is a
Yes,
threat if we
yeah.
go forward. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. So let's catch up with the game. So bishop e4 was played here. knight h4. This is quite typical. In some situations, white tries to avoid the trade of the bishops. And I know I've tried on a number of occasions to do that myself, but you're wasting quite some moves. So you're doing this, and then I guess, I don't even know if f5 is an option right now for black. Oh, maybe I can just go here, and then knight d2 is the point of this, and then try to get e4. Without allowing the trade of the bishops. Sometimes having the bishops on the board could be annoying for black because they're lacking space. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, this might be slightly better for white.
Do you think black would consider taking here, given that you wasted so instead of knight d7? I don't think that
I was
would work.
thinking about that, and there's some validity to do that. If you're the higher rated player, you're creating an imbalance in the position with, you know, the knight and queen versus the queen and bishop, and takes as the general strategy here to put pressure on the e-file.
Yeah, I think this is nice. I had this kind of a position one time in a game, and I was quite comfortable with white. So.
Yeah, I think white's generally a little better here, but again, there's a lot of pieces traded, but bishop f1's certainly more ambitious.
Yeah. Well, Gabriela is the lower rated player, so maybe she wants to keep a balanced position. Sometimes it's hard when you're playing against a much stronger player. The approach you take to the game. May I ask you, what is your approach when you're playing a stronger player?
I just try to play positions that I'm familiar with, and I found over the years when I have beaten stronger players, it's because I ended up playing a position I was familiar with, and they didn't happen to understand it quite as well as I do. I'm not a great tactician, but with my correspondence play over the years, I've seen lots of positions, and the most recent grandmaster I beat was probably about a year ago. It seems like too long ago, but I haven't played as much recently. But we were playing a Leningrad Dutch, and the Leningrad Dutch is one of these openings where in the main line where you play d5 and black plays c6, the computer will tell you that the white's a little better, and as long as you keep all 4 minor pieces on the board, white can't really improve. But as soon as black trades one set of minor pieces off the board, now all of a sudden his pawns become weak and he can't defend. And I had a correspondence game where I had gotten sort of this exact setup. And so I just sat there and moved back and forth for 7 or 8 moves. The grandmaster decided I'm going to make something happen, and he traded a minor piece off the board, and I won the game in like 7 or 8 more moves.
Nice.
Just because I knew strategically what the setup should be. So I think when players are playing high-rated players, you should play what you know, and
So you not think about the result.
Don't think about the result.
Okay.
Just play what you know and do your best, and see what happens.
Yeah, it's hard though not to think about the result sometimes, but it's definitely a really good advice to play the position that you know most. And yeah, if you can forget about the result, I think you're playing more. You have more confidence. Once you start thinking about it, all these thoughts about other things come into your mind, and you don't have a clear mind to focus on the game. And yeah.
Right, and sometimes you may know the position better than the much higher rated players, so I think that's okay.
Yeah. Okay, so knight h4, and Christopher went for f5. So now he's going for f5. He didn't want to take here. He's, I often like to tell, when I teach, I'd like to tell my students to, when they learn an opening, to make sure they're familiar with the key squares. And that being a key square, in the Queen's Indian, Nimzo Indian, you want to avoid allowing white to get to play e4. So I guess Christopher is thinking f5 would come perfectly, because when you take, which Gabriela ended up taking, he's trying to keep the pawn there. He might get d5 in next move, get in the knight, and then this pawn is going to be annoying for this knight. You'll have to bring it back to play through g2, and then there's some pressure.
Right, the knight's very restricted, and typically in these structures, white would play for the f3 pawn break, but with this few and minor pieces on the board, the white king is weaker over the long term. And again, black can't get to it immediately, but there are weaknesses in the white position that black has something to play for in a position that's probably, if we turned on the engine and we're not going to do that, I would
can.
guess is pretty close to equal.
I'm surprised about this move. I think if white wanted to trade those bishops, she had to go here. This forces the trade. I'm assuming she wanted the knight there to be sneaky and take back with the knight, but if she wanted that, maybe the rook shouldn't have been here. She could have gone back to e1. But even so, f5 was an option. So this placement, the placement of the knight in h4 allowed black to play f5, and now you have to take. You can't really, because...
Right, g5 is a threat in
that
some
was,
of these lines.
You have to be mindful about some things. All right, so people don't want us to use the stockfish, and we're not using it for now. We might turn it on occasionally, but... So queen e3, so Gabriella's putting pressure on this pawn. Okay, it's actually important here not to play e3, in my opinion, although you might want to connect your pawns, but that's going to block your queen on this other side of the board, and you need to kind of have it close to your king.
I absolutely agree. That's why I made the comment that I think white has to play f3 here to free the position, but again, you are weakening the position. So
she definitely should not take there. Like, that should be a no. I should make it red. So, nope, where's the red? There's the red.
Right, but ultimately you're going to get your pressure on the c file. So I think this position is still very double-edged. White can play rook c3, rook e c1, and threaten c takes d5, but maybe black plays c6. But you may get the c file.
It's interesting to see that Christopher came up with this idea, a4. I'm wondering if he wants to bring the rook, or because I don't think a3 is his idea, or just stabilize this pawn on b2 to play maybe.
There's a call for us to look at the Nyzhnyk Stearman game.
Okay, I did not hear that call. But sure,
It's board one.
Board one. All right, so let's go to that game. Let's see what's going on. Ooh, what is going on in this position? Wait, is it over? Because I see some commentary here, and that was not made.
I'm trying to remember where we left off in this game. I think you have to go back to move 10
we
or 11.
were really early. I don't know how come these commentaries stayed here. They usually just disappear.
Yeah, I think we definitely didn't look at it before white had played e4.
No,
So-
I don't know what's with all those comments. Actually, I'm amazed by the comments because I didn't make them.
Okay.
Okay, so what happened? So we have we were talking about this hedgehog kind of position, which I don't know. Is it hedgehog if it's not with g6? Still called hedgehog?
Yeah, it's still called the hedgehog.
Okay. All right. So knight g4.
In fact, the traditional hedgehog is with the pawns, the bishop on e7, b7, the pawns on
Like
d6,
this, right?
right?
Yeah.
And a6. The knight on a6 is a little weird.
Yeah. Well, it wants to come possibly here. That
Right.
would be an extra nice thing for black. Queen c2. But is this knight going to get into play eventually? Knight a4. So Ilya is going for the bishop pair. So that seemed like a waste of time for black. But it dragged white's knight on the edge of the board. And then he came back queen. I don't understand why those arrows are there. I apologize. I'm going to get rid of every arrow that I see. I like this move, knight a5. And are you saying that these kind of moves are coming into they're not doing anything? Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, you always have to be careful that you're weakening here because what's your follow-up? You don't ever want to play f5 necessarily unless you could calculate it out to a win. And
Agree.
e5 is...
Yeah, it's going to trade the bishops, which I don't want to. Yeah.
Right, and then you're allowing the d6 break and your king's open, so...
Okay, so maybe just develop, but Ilya went for knight b5, going for... Okay. we saw the arrows going for that square. How are you going to stop
Can you play d6 here? No.
Yeah, d6 looks risky because now you've opened yourself up to f4, e5 in some lines. Not necessarily right
Yeah.
away, but
So he played knight c5, so he allowed white to get onto that square. Obviously, you need to move the knight first, and I like that Ilya went back. So now this knight is going to go to d6 potentially. This one just came back to c3, which was its place anyways. Okay, now b4. Now he's starting the pawn push. Okay, f4.
yeah, and that's a strange move to me to put the knight back there on c6 instead
Would
of
you-
g6.
But I think the problem is that pawn. Does it matter?
Yeah, you can grab it either way.
But he didn't grab it. What's interesting is that after knight c6, he played a3. And now black played d6. And why are we getting all these arrows? This is annoying, and I can't get rid of them until I get to the move. Okay, so he did not bring in his rook. Bishop b2, he's probably going to double up this way. This position is so good for white. This knight is totally out of play. Like if you could just get it there, right?
Right.
And because the knight is in a6, black can't even play a6 and chase the knight away. Rook d8. Oh, he went for the tactical idea.
To take on d6 and then play
No.
b5 or?
No, knight d5. He went for the typical, I don't know if it works. It hopefully worked for him. But yeah, it looks like he won. Okay, so all those arrows and everything were
Right.
coming maybe from Stockfish or something. Okay, now the game is over. And we got all the Stockfish analysis that we can't get rid of. But wow, this is nice. Because I guess if you take, we take, right?
Yep.
And what are you going to do?
Right, the bishop's
This-
hanging,
oh my
you want a
goodness, this is
pawn.
bad. This is sad.
Right.
If he could just switch at least, get the queen in a8, get something. But no, that knight d5 came so beautifully. This is definitely a great tactical idea, famous for Sicilians. Bishop f8, knight f6, and wow, look at that. You can't take because we'll check you first, bishop g7 and mate. And after king h8, just queen h5 and wow. This is a gorgeous finish. And I guess I wish this move was possible just to finish the game nicely. But it's not. But queen f7 is just enough. And I think the game ended here, but I guess we can put a couple more moves. It takes check, king g8, and we just take everything. Or maybe bishop h3 is an option. But maybe
But
just
if you
take
take check and then the rook comes in and over.
or even takes there. And black died with a lot of pieces on this side of the board. This is very sad. I feel bad for Josiah because this must have been very difficult to play. I've had games when I put my pieces, I thought I'm doing something, but then I forgot about them. I couldn't. And then,
Yeah, Ilya's a very strong grandmaster.
He
He was
is.
very close to 2,700 about 6 months ago, and he had a bad tournament. And, there's a comment about when do you know that your attack is strong enough, and I think this position is a good illustration of it, that if one side gets like a two-piece advantage plus their queen aimed at your king, you're probably about to get checkmated.
Yeah.
And I think this is a very good example of that Ilya had two extra minor pieces aimed at the black king in the form of the knight on d5 and the bishop on b2 plus the queen. And black essentially had no pieces over there defending. And while it doesn't look like it's checkmate, that extra force and material here it should be a good indication that the white attack might work. And to be honest, I mean, this is where I think you see a grandmaster and why they're stronger than masters like myself, because I could probably look at this position for 20, 30 minutes and still not come to a conclusion that there's a forced win. And he may not have seen the forced win here, but he knows it's enough.
Yeah.
He knows the compensation's enough, so at some point, it's not that he has to see the end, but he knows no matter what, he can't be worse, and he's probably winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's so confident. I mean, he has so much more space, and there's no way he could not have something with so many pieces on the side of the board that are doing that.
It's both space and force,
Yeah.
because he's got a dominance and force on the king side. And, you know, as we see, he basically, he gets for the bishop and the knight, he gets all three of the black king side pawns. He gets g7, f7, and e6. And then he brings in a space for the rook to come sliding over. And there's no pieces over there to defend the black king.
That was a really beautiful game. I do not know if we're going to have an interview with Ilya later or not, but I suggest a short break, and we'll be back after that. Stay with us. are back. Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back. We have a result in one of our prominent games here with Var Akobian. So we were going to start by going through the remainder of that game and then hopefully get Var on an interview here very shortly.
Yes, I'm hoping that we'll be able to actually hear that interview. So you guys can see the final moves here. We stopped after Queen A3, which we thought was a very interesting idea. And then D takes C4 was played. Queen takes C5. So he took the pawn with the queen. We were saying with the pawn, but that was allowing these ideas with a pawn push.
Right. Well, we were also suggesting that you would keep the pawn structure intact. So we didn't look at D takes C4 as one of the possibilities here. We looked at Rook A C8 and C takes D5 as a possibility.
C takes D4. Yeah. Well, no, we didn't look at
No, I
this
say we
because-
looked at Rook A C8 for black.
Yes.
And then after
C
C
takes
takes
D5,
D5, then
yes.
you keep the pawn structure intact. So I think this is really the same thing with Queen takes C5, is that White's keeping the pawn structure intact.
Knight F5, King H1 to avoid, and
And the bishop has to move now because the bishop's hanging.
yeah, but it seems like he forgot to move it. He played Rook C8, Queen A3, and why does it say 1-0? Why is it game over, or I'm confused. I think black can still play, right? Is he
the
gonna
bishop
lose
trapped
something?
with bishop G4, F3, G4 here? So the pawn on E3 is guarded. And I'm going to play G4, and you're losing a piece for a pawn because the bishop on E2 guards everything.
But is this necessarily resignable? Could we not come up with some kind of counterplay? I always like, I don't like to resign, you know.
Well, nobody likes to
just-
resign, but
I don't like to resign that early. I'm just all in. I've played games with much more material down than just a piece. A piece is nothing.
Well,
I'm
but
just
you're
kidding.
playing- you're
I'm
playing
not
a
against VAR.
2600
I
grandmaster
know. I
and-
know. I guess he's being very respectful. Nicolas is, like I said, a very young, talented U.S. junior, and I guess he was trying to be respectful. And he has another round in the afternoon, which we are not doing commentary on.
Right,
but, you
so
know.
I mean, do you want to beat your head against the wall for an hour and a half when you're a piece down in a position like this? But this to me looks like it's completely over. And I think he just forgot. But even if you don't play Rook A8 here, if we go back to the position after Queen takes C5, you know, the knight on F5 is just in the way. So
But here, F3.
No. After
Oh,
Queen
I'm sorry.
takes C5, he played Knight F5. So I'm just saying Knight F5 is in the way. It blocks the bishop in.
Right. So maybe
And-
going Rook C8 here, you're
Well,
saying?
the knight hangs. So I think black is just losing a pawn. You have to put the knight somewhere. And then white takes the pawn on C4 and white's a pawn up.
Yeah, I don't see what else we could try to do here in this position. But maybe not Rook C8. I thought you first meant that not Rook C8. Do we still lose something? Because right now the queen is not in A3. As soon as the queen was in A3 and protecting here, I understand it was game over. How about here? Do we have at least a little bit more chess if we're to
Now
play?
you have
No?
more chess because at least you're getting the rook after knight
We could
takes
do-
E3.
Here and takes. We could go for this line, technically.
Yep.
Or maybe we could go bishop h5 first, or no? That if we go bishop h5, then g4. And no, then we're not getting the rook.
Right.
That's
you're
not
getting,
ideal.
No, well, right, because the rook could move it after the queen
But
takes on
we
H5.
could get this position. How do we assess this one? I'm just trying to get some activity, like queen e4 check. Maybe that pawn is hanging.
Yeah, but if it's
But-
white to move here, I mean, I can play bishop to F3, for example.
No, but I wanna take the
Yeah.
rook.
Yeah.
Oh, you wanna play bishop
No,
f3?
no,
Rook
right,
F3.
the rook's hanging, so I have to
Rook
play a
F3.
move here.
But then that's gonna be hanging. Maybe rook f4? That's an option. Like, that for sure is an option. I have too much material down. Yeah, 2 pawns is not sufficient for the piece. I think white will be able to regroup make sure the king is safe. Maybe knight g2, get the bishop to f3, something like that. And, sorry, fixed it. But, okay, we don't need to do that. Why would we not just take an e3 immediately, take stakes, and then play this position? I mean, obviously it should be better for white, but, you know, you still have to prove it.
Right.
We can capture this pawn. This pawn is hanging. White has to coordinate these two pieces. Not going to be too hard, knight f3, and then possibly this pawn is going to be hanging, but I think it takes some time.
It'll take some effort, but even like after rook ac8, okay, I can put my queen on b4, and I'm going to corral in the c4 pawn, and I'm going to have a pass. I'm going to have a pass d pawn. And
That's right.
And that pass d pawn, I would think, would win the game eventually. It's going to take some effort, but black has fairly minimal counterplay, and white should be able to get the pieces coordinated.
I agree. I just realized something, that we were not connected on St. Louis Chess Club's thing, so we might not show on Lichess. That is a possibility I just realized, so hopefully we'll get that fixed soon.
But if you think about this position here, white's going to be able to probably trade one set of rooks after queen b4, rook takes c4, and then he's going to have a knight on e5, a bishop on c4, which is going to tie black down to the f7 pawn, while the white queen is attacking, you know, the queen side as well as can put pressure on the king side. So I don't think this is technically too difficult to convert for white here.
Yeah, I agree. It's not so easy for black to but maybe we don't play rook c8 in this position, although what to do? Yeah, this is a good move. This is a good strengthening move.
Right, it just guards everything, and if you don't take my pawn, I mean, fine, I can play knight f3 anyway.
No, I was just considering maybe we could go rook c8 first, maybe try to capture this pawn instead. This is a more dangerous pawn than the g4 pawn. So in this case, if you go, for example, if we follow the same path, then I'll take this one. So maybe you don't want to give me that pawn, but then if you take an a7, I could try to get my rook in and take the a2 pawn, and we would just have a different kind of position, I think.
Right, we could do that. I mean, white could also consider queen e5 here. I don't know if that's the right idea or not. Maybe it's better just to zap the pawns on the queen side when I can. But I hate to have black with a rook down on my second rank if I can avoid it.
I'm just worried if you play this, you might be struggling with something on the back rank eventually. So I take, and then you still want to play knight f3, but then now you don't have control over my c pawn. So I think in this situation I could just start pushing.
It's a little more counterplay.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely would have given black more chances. So rook c8 was a mistake, and then after that we've seen queen a3, a second time that Var is putting the queen in a3 in this game, but this time controlling and defending the e3 pawn, which now leads to the trapping of black's light square bishop, and his opponent resigned. So I haven't been told yet if we will have, or if we're having an interview with Var or not. All right. We do not have it at the moment, so I suggest going over to another game. Another game that was very interesting that we left off was the game between Alice Lee and Aram Hakobyan. Wow, lots of things happened from that crazy position that we had earlier in the game. I would have never guessed that we could have gotten a rook endgame out of all endgames. I think we stopped around this move. If you guys remember, we were considering a lot of ways for white to try to take advantage of black's king in the center with queen e4, but it seems that Alice decided to go for knight e4. Okay, so actually if we had stayed one more move, we would have seen the endgame happening, but yeah, now black is kind of forced to make the trade. You don't really have a choice.
But it's a little surprising because black has the two bishops and white has a really lousy pawn structure here. But, you know, it seems that white made this work.
Castle long. I guess bishop f5 would allow bishop d3, and now white is going to have double threat, and you cannot go with the king on either side because you would allow for that to happen unless you go king f8. But then white could still offer a bishop tree, maybe knight f6.
Yeah, knight f6, and your king is centralized, and the knight controls some nice squares there. And
If you go to g7, there will be check. So obviously, you know, trade is happening. So maybe white is comfortable with having a knight versus the dark square bishop.
sure, because with the knight on h5, you can play g4, and black can't really get to the knight.
Yes.
Now,
And all that pawn structure is stabilized on the king side, and then we can just get on the queen side.
I don't think black's in any trouble. I mean, with the bishop on d6,
Yeah.
it's guarding everything. I think it's pretty equal. Would be
I agree.
my gut
I agree.
reaction.
I would prefer white, though, I think, after getting to play g4. I'm not even sure if we need to put the knight in h5. Maybe we can just retreat here, or maybe go knight d7, knight c5, or something like that. But g4 is definitely a move white should be playing, and just one pawn keeps 3.
Right, but black didn't play that.
No,
which-
black castled long here in this position, which allowed knight f6. So now the trade ended up happening in a similar fashion, just the king ended up being on the queen side instead. So trade, bishop e7. And I guess Alice decided to allow for the bishop to be given for the knight. That's interesting, but what could she do? Because otherwise she would lose this pawn. So she ended up going rook d to f1 with the idea that after the trade, which seems to happen, she would capture this h6 pawn, which I think from these two, which one would you capture first? I think she made the right decision.
h6, yeah, because your king's closer to the f pawn. But, you know, if you think about this variation versus what we first looked at with, you know, playing bishop f5 first, is black got the rook to the d file one tempo quicker, which allowed black to hit the d5 pawn. So you're probably right in that other position, black is worse, and black's maintained equality here because, you know, the black rook's already on d8.
I agree. I agree. So extra tempo in that position, and it's going towards more or less balanced rook endgame, but rook endgames, you know, they're not always draw like they tell you. You have to fight for it sometimes depending on the situation. Black's pawn structure seems to be slightly better with white's doubled g pawns, but rook d3 check. Oh, he chose not to capture here because he probably thought that after this move he doesn't have more than draw. Am I right? Because there's no way for black to defend.
Right, I think you just play king c3 here.
I wonder if you can even try to play for a win.
Yeah,
No, probably not.
That seems inherently
Because
risky.
if you're not careful and just say you try to get the king here, and then if rook b3 to play b3 or something crazy like that, then you would allow this move to happen.
Well, but there's a back rank. Well, you're right. If the rook stays on d8, you can, right, allow rook c4 here.
Yeah.
and-
I mean, maybe you can still make a. Yeah.
But Alice is probably playing for a draw at this point because
Yeah.
she's playing a much higher rated opponent.
So see, he did not go for those pawns. He's trying to leave those there, and he's trying to get the rook on the c file and then the other rook on d1. So keeping 2 rooks on the board is very important if black is going to try to play for a win, because with 2 rooks there are way more ideas for mating net and things like that. Someone was asking us about the schedule. A lot of people are asking the schedule. So yes, next round will be at 5 p.m. Rounds, so odd number rounds start at 11 a.m. and even at 5 p.m. We're only doing commentary for the morning rounds at 11 a.m. Central Time. But the broadcast will still be on Lichess if you guys you want to check out the games. You can certainly do so. We have 10 games that are being broadcasted live from the Super Swiss event.
Yeah, I think this position's pretty safe for white here at this point. I mean, black's going to try and get the g3 pawn, so I guess,
This is what black wants to do.
you know,
If black manages to get one of those pawns, is definitely winning. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Because now she went back with the rook. She was just worried potentially about some kind of mating net, but
yeah, I'm surprised she didn't double on the 7th rank and try and force one of the rooks off the board. Because if she would have played rook at h6 to h7,
she would have.
okay,
I
then,
think
then
something
you got,
similar is happening. I'll give check and then b6. This king goes there,
Yeah,
and then
you got a
black
rook
is
there.
entering. So she has to find it. I don't think it's as easy for white. I think white has to play very cautiously this position because these pawns are very
weak.
weak. Whereas black can get this kind of pawn structure with only one weakness. If black keeps the rook on c5 to keep that pawn protected, and then yeah,
But I think
I
black
think maybe
played
she has to-
g4. Didn't black play g4 later?
yeah, he
in the
did.
position?
He did end up playing
Which is
g4.
a little strange.
I think he was worried about rook f5 because if you
Mhm.
give this check, king b1, I think rook here is going to happen. You cannot just sit with the rooks to avoid the capturing of your pawn. So I think he probably wanted to stabilize those pawns, and he might try something with the rook on 3rd rank and grabbing that pawn.
Right, but after rook g4, can't I put my rook on f4?
Which rook? This one?
No, I don't want to put the back rank one there. That one. And then, but then he's coming
Check.
in. Check.
Black can get on 2nd rank as well. So if you're not careful, but I guess king b1, and now
Yeah, my idea is if rook d2,
I want rook
there.
d3 first to make you take, and now rook d2. I could be totally.
But then can't I
Off.
play rook to c1 or c4? C1?
How do we assess this?
Oh, and then-
Actually, I don't need to trade.
And then I could
Oh,
bring
now
the
you-
other rook to c4.
Oh, I see.
And then I'm guarding my... But maybe you're right that maybe going to c4 was more accurate because maybe you can take on c1 and then take the a2 pawn, and that might be difficult to draw because you have 3
No,
to
but now
1.
you get rook c2, and I cannot even do
Right,
this
right,
because
right,
you
but
take in rook
go back,
c2.
go back. So instead of playing after rook c1, maybe you can take the a2 pawn.
Yeah, this is certainly the first one I'm capturing.
Yeah, I think that this is more dangerous for white.
This is because black needs to trade that pawn, and then with these 2 pawns, if
Right,
black
black
manages to
can
grab
get
those 2
connected
pawns.
passers potentially here. So maybe your idea of rook c4 is more accurate instead of rook c1. So if we go back a couple moves
Here.
to play rook c4 here,
I mean,
But-
it's
but you still have 3 weak pawns because rook takes.
and I have to take, because if I move my rook, you do have rook c1 right now,
Right.
so I don't have time to get on 2nd rank. So I think I have to take, and the question is, what is happening? I mean, I think I should take that pawn, maybe not. Maybe I could, yeah, I think I should take it.
Yeah, and this is highly unpleasant for white.
It is, because I'm just bringing in my king.
Might be lost.
White is struggling a lot with being cut on the back rank, and you can't.
Yeah, white's
You
very
don't really-
passive. So
Yeah.
yeah, let's go back a little bit further.
I think it's very very difficult to play this position. Rook c5. Okay, so the position is here. This is the current position. So g4 was played, and he's trying to get rook c5 and rook d2, in my opinion. Here, you cannot really get on this other side of the board, which would be ideal. If white could somehow get their king on this side of the board, then
What if we play king to b1 here?
just
With
to
the
avoid.
with the idea of you're going to bring your rook down, I'm going to play rook c1 and hit c7 with tempo, and that's going to allow me to.
No, but I could
you
still
have that, but now I can play
rook here.
rook to c1, and you don't have this option of taking and then taking the a2 pawn.
Oh, Okay, that makes sense.
So, you know, king b1 is one of these prophylactic moves where, you know, the threat was to check, but you move away from the check before it happens. And you're saying that black wins a pawn, and
I would probably manage to somehow swindle this with black and win somehow, I think.
yeah, okay.
I've won these kind of positions before.
Okay, so we don't have to trade pawn rooks, so we play.
You could place your rook, one of the rooks on second rank and try to avoid giving that, but then it's going to be kind of hard to defend this pawn. I'm thinking maybe we could go, but still, white would end up messing up the pawn structure. This move seems hard. Oh, what about rook here? At least this way, if you trade, then we take back, you do something.
But you could play rook to c3 first instead of trading as black. So after rook f8, rook c3.
Okay, so we need to find slightly better approach.
Yeah, this reminds me of the type of games that I'm playing in my tournaments now, where I get into these types of positions as white with no time on my clock, and I'm hopelessly bad at defending them with no time. But we should try and find another game here, but hopefully this is a good illustration of the problems that white faces in this position, even though they're probably not insoluble. I'm just curious as to what the computer evaluation is of this ending
let's check.
in the final position here.
-1.
Oh, so it is a significant advantage. So the fact that we can't find an easy defense for white is indicative of what's really happening. Okay.
Yeah, king b1 was is certainly a move that it suggests, yeah. Okay, so when it says just such a small minus in an endgame, probably means that it's going to be pretty balanced, probably draw with good play, but you don't know. You don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is one of those things where I think white is down to finding a lot of really difficult moves, and as the time ticks down, practically this is very hard to hold for white.
Yeah.
She's a very talented player, and if she holds this, I think that's a testament to how talented she is, because, you know, Aram's a very good player, and that's a tough position to hold.
I agree.
Let's go to another game we haven't looked at. This is the Nicholas Theodorou game against Anna Maria, who I don't know her.
I think she's going to school at Webster, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I think she's going to that university, but I'm not 100% sure.
I probably have met her. I just didn't place a name with the person, and I apologize to her. But this looks like it's winning for white, but because it's close to win, I just thought we could flip through the game because we hadn't looked at this game.
Now I think we can look at the current positions to kind of have an idea of what is going on. The games could have potentially finished already or could still be underway, because we have the 30-minute delay, and we're still waiting on a potential interview, which we haven't been told anything about just yet. So H5 was just played, so she's trying to get some trading here, but this endgame, you know, this is a little bit too late for that move, I think.
Yeah, this should be a win for white. I would
two
think.
extra pawns. Malichka Maria against Antipov Mikhail. This is the current position in their game. It seems like maybe it was a Benko. The pawn structure looks like a Benko or some kind of, could be totally wrong.
Could be
What
a Benoni.
Oh, it was a Sicilian.
No.
Oh, that was something I would not. Based on the fact that black was missing the e7 pawn, so I guess Maroczy, and then at some point, some knight d5 was played probably, and somehow black ended up losing the e pawn. So to kind of take you through the game, knight d5. Okay, this is typical. So what is going on in this position? After queen takes e2, it's not possible to take? I'm just asking. I thought this wasn't... Am I missing something?
Typically, I would think that black just lost a pawn there. I mean,
Yeah.
the knight's not trapped.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
There's no loose pieces to look at here. Now,
Maybe this is theory. Maybe this is some kind of theory that is known.
After
and
bishop takes,
oh,
e takes, and knight takes d5.
yeah, so
and
you
then you
take the-
have another hanging.
Okay, so I guess you are getting the pawn back. Okay, so this is just another line. Okay, I panicked there for a second that all my life, whenever I played the Maruti with the colors, I had to, my dad made sure that I knew that idea, and I still fell for it a few times, more like in blitz games, but still. So here, because of the placement of the bishop, it seems like, you know, the e file, black has to take his pawn back. This pawn structure, I know that it's supposed to be much better for white, and plus white has the bishop pair. Do you play this with any colors?
I don't play it. One of the things that made a lasting impression on me was, you know, one of the players that lives here in St. Louis, Lanier Dominguez. He went to the World Cup a couple years ago, and he was playing someone who specialized in the accelerated dragon.
Okay.
I thought, okay, here we're going to watch a world-class player show us how to, you know, beat the accelerated dragon. And Lanier lost that match to that guy because the guy understood the accelerated dragon better than him.
I see.
And it was a shocking upset to me. And the people that know how to play these positions as black, they tend to know them really well. And the computer, again, will say that you're better in every position as white until you're not.
That's true. That is true. So what is going on here? So king h1, and black chose not to take the pawn here in a2, possibly because of rook b4. And then white recaptures it, and suddenly white is a pawn up. So he ended up playing rook c1, so it's opposite color bishops. Oh, g3, I'm not so sure I'm super fond of that move.
Yeah, but there's a problem on the back rank there for white, too.
Yeah. What to do, indeed. What to do with white in this position. Would this be an option, or maybe rook c8? You have an extra pawn, but you have to suffer a little bit.
Right.
But what exactly is black's threat?
Well, black's idea, I think, isn't it to get the pawn to a3, and then the bishop can guard it. Now, you can't right now.
No, I'm thinking if we play this move here, I guess black could do something like this, and then whenever you take rook b8 and try to get rook b1, oh, this is getting dangerous. Very dangerous. Or maybe not the bishop here, okay, because this allows the king to come to g1.
The bishop could go to c5 and hit the rook.
Yeah,
and do the same thing.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't realize that nuance. That's an important nuance. We have to control g1 square. Now you take, bam. And if you go bishop e2, of course, I don't know, same thing.
I think you just right trade and you win the piece and it's over.
That's why she played g3. Now we understand. Now I understand. But, or I understand. But it's very uncomfortable. These types of positions can come out of the Benoni as well, or Benko. Oftentimes when you think you're fine with white, but then you push this pawn a little bit too soon, f3 or f4, and suddenly you get a bishop here, and when there's still queens on the board, there are ideas with the queen coming in, bishop back to e5, and suddenly your entire position is weak.
Yeah, I had a similar position as white with a Benko gambit, but we had a pair of knights on the board, which makes an enormous difference here, because in that position I played g3, and f3 was weak, and black got in with, you know, f5, made that break, but I don't think f5 is going to be as effective here for black. I think it's about getting the rooks in. But certainly, you know, even though white's a pawn up, I don't think that white has any winning chances here. I think black is pressing because of the active rook on c1, the potentially weak pawn on a2, and the back rank problems. And white's just not threatening to play e5 at any point.
I agree. And also opposite color bishops are difficult to manage with, especially there's some famous Karpov-Kasparov game with queens on the board that was very difficult to defend. But it seems that even with rooks, in some situations you're struggling with the king and trying to find the right way to to keep it safe, right? So,
Yeah,
anyways.
and I mean, in the white bishop on d4, it's got a safe square on c5 to go to. It has support squares, whereas white's playing with that bishop blocked in behind his pawns.
So one has to be careful with the extra
Yeah.
pawn, but it's not easy to you can't say that, oh, I'm winning, and you definitely need to keep the rook on the b file, otherwise you'll allow the other rook
And
to
the other thing too is, and sometimes in these king's Indian positions, like if white can trade his, or black can trade his f5 pawn for the f3 pawn, and then the king can go to, to g7, f6, e5, and you have a dominating king position, and great, white's got an extra pawn on e4, and it's not that easy for white. I think black is pressing here, but I would be shocked if the game is still not within the drawing margins at this point. So
Yeah.
someone made the comment here that we're missing Yasser Sirwan. Yes, Yasser is a very strong player, and Sabina and I are trying to do our best to explain these positions without looking at the engine. We both realize that we're not as strong as some of the players
or Maurice Ashley, I know.
we're commenting on, but hopefully...
But that's okay. You guys are going to see Yasser very soon, because the American Cup is starting later this week, or actually technically next week. And I believe Yasser is one of the commentators, together with Christian Kirilla and Ivanka Huska. So stay tuned for that event. We might have in between the breaks the video promotion for the American Cup, one of the strongest tournaments in the US that you guys don't want to miss either. And if you miss Yasser, he's definitely going to be there. But we appreciate you being here if you're watching from YouTube or Twitch. So hopefully you can stay with us as well. We try our best to give you as much detail on the position and our thoughts on what is happening, without using the engine. So hopefully that is appreciated as well, and you guys continue joining us.
Right, you're seeing two players that are master level players here that are giving you their view on the position, and chess is a struggle, and I mean, to the extent you're seeing us struggle with it, I mean, that's really part of the process when you're playing these games, that it is a struggle, and you have to find the right ideas and then play them. And it's easy to look at the computer. It's much harder to play in one of these tournaments, and you have no computer to help you.
Of course. And there's sometimes pressure on some of the players, whether it's a closed tournament, a U.S. Championship, the American Cup, or simply an open tournament. Any kind of tournament it is, there's often a lot of pressure. And the players here in this tournament, in the St. Louis Super Swiss, are playing for a prize fund of $25,000, with the first prize being $6,000. It's definitely a tough tournament. We have 10 games live that we are trying to change among. If you guys have preference of the game that you want us to go over, please feel free to let us know. We're happy to go over the game that you want, provided that it's one of the live games. 41 players are playing in this event, so we have 20 boards.
Let's look
One
at
player is
Christopher Woo's game again. That's changed a little bit against Gabriella.
Christopher Yoo. Okay, that was an interesting game. I really. Ooh, this is.
So black.
How did the knight still stay there?
Black has sacrificed a couple pawns here, and remember, white was going to get pressure on the c file.
Yeah, and then this was an interesting idea, but then didn't that give some squares?
It gives squares, but Gabriella went for both breaks here. She went for f3, so she created maximum tension in this position.
And then she took. Now, I don't know if she was ready to capture, but
well,
she had no
knight
choice.
Knight takes c4, you have to take.
Yeah, she had no choice. She had some choice, actually. That was another choice, but that was letting the knight coming to c4, so it wasn't like a real choice. If it were me, and if these were my, this wasn't a commentary, maybe I would sacrifice, maybe I would go Petrosian style, but I don't think I have sufficient. You'd usually go for bishops. We don't have sufficient material. It's a pity. Because it would be nice, right? Here, If you could get that pawn somehow.
It would be, and when I'm sacrificing the exchange, I always feel more comfortable when I'm doing it in a bishop as my minor
Yeah,
piece as
yeah,
opposed
yeah.
to a knight.
I prefer knights. I'm the person who loves knights. I would have 4 knights if you would give me at the start of the game. I'll take them anytime. But yeah. But no, okay, I agree. It's not feasible. So now she took, and knight c4 in between. Ooh, maybe here we could consider rook takes. No, not really.
But the knight's not stable, and I think that's what we're seeing here. So she brings her queen over, and
So you can't take as the knight is hanging. So Christopher is trying to get some thing, but what exactly? What exactly is he getting? Rook e1. Okay, I'm not a fan of that move. Is this a real threat? It is. So we cannot just go knight back to g2. This is our worst place piece, so we need to find a way to improve it. Okay. I guess we don't have a way. So we have to go rook e1, rook e8, and now she played e3. Okay, this move is important because you would not want to allow either a knight or a rook to get to e3. After that, white would just collapse. Let's just play some random move here for white, just to kind of show, I think this is, right?
that
Am I
looks
too
like
much?
it has to be winning.
Am I? Knight comes here, so you cannot allow this kind of
No,
thing.
no.
I just put a random move to show the
Sure.
audience, you know, how terrible that situation is. But here, black should still have some ways to take advantage of that knight.
Well, presumably black's going to have to play g5 to kick the knight back, because right now the knight guards the f3 entry square, so you need to get a piece to f3, either the rook or the queen.
Is that too much? It's
Well,
not my pawn, so.
Well, I think at this point, black is already all in for doing this, because black's already
has.
sacrificed 2 pawns, so I don't think it's too much. I think it's just what black is committed to.
Yeah, he has to do it, but I think it's the right thing to do. Christopher has had some brilliant games in the junior and U.S. championship as well. So, knight g2, and I think we can just bring in the rook, as you said.
Well, now
No.
can white start trading with rook f1, or do I just get the e3 pawn and am I winning everything?
How do you want to trade? Can't I take?
Knight takes, yeah.
We have to take an f3.
Right, I'm trading 1 pair of rooks, and then I'm taking on e3, and I'm hoping I don't get mated, but after rook takes and then rook e2.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are. Or
Because
maybe?
of that pawn on g5, let's see. Or can
Well,
take?
I don't necessarily need to take in c7,
Yeah.
but I have to, because if I go queen d2, there's rook e2. Okay, I kind of have to. And then you are actually mating me, so.
Well, I got queen takes g5 check, but
Oh.
queen takes c7 makes the most sense because you're bringing your pieces in.
Well, if that's not an option, then this is probably a better decision. Black would have to play this move.
Right, but there's no checks after taking on c7, right? So if I take on c7, what?
No, this is the move that I wanted to play.
Right, but it's not mate.
Wait, you have this check, and then this
ring
check.
and a rook. I probably wanted to check on.
You don't. I was thinking the queen can go to h3 later
Right.
for
yeah.
a mate. This is bad. This is winning, right? Check and game over. But for black.
Yeah, black's
Because if you
losing
go
it,
king
right.
g7, I have this check. And
Yeah, it's just winning.
is it?
Well, you could have checked on d7 instead of b7.
Oh. I just thought that if I do that, then the queen can go back. Okay, white should still be
but
winning.
I'm going to win the working
end
pawn
game-
ending,
the end
so I
game is
don't
winning.
care about that.
Yeah. Okay, we're really far.
Yeah.
We're really far from the game, but this is queen takes c7. I guess I cannot go here, but if I don't go there, I don't really have much choice.
Yeah, we have to go back. I mean,
We have to go back. g5 is a little bit too soon, I think. So Christopher decided to play rook f6 instead in this position.
this was the choice that he made. So rook f6, and now, what is his idea? Does he want to play rook h6 just like that, but just without weakening his king? Possibly that's the idea that he wants to go for.
Yeah, and White's got limited moves here. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at this thinking that maybe rook to c2 is the move that White's going to play here.
The only thing I don't like with rook to c2 is that you're staying on some kind of... In the worst case, I think black can go. Let's just be materialistic there for like a second. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. I really want to take. I really want to take the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a position where black probably has sufficient compensation for the two pawns. Maybe it's more than that, I don't know. And you're right, maybe I can just double the rooks first, although if I double there, maybe I can play e4 because, you know, I'm not mated necessarily, but man, you're starting to get scared after, you know, rook ef8 there.
You are indeed. And we are told that we have the interview with Akobian, so stay tuned, we're gonna roll it.
I am with Grandmaster Varuzhan Akobian, fresh off of his win against Nicholas Ladan. Var, tell me how you did it, and take me through your game, and just tell all the people what you did.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, it was a very interesting game, Jacob. It was a short game, only 19 moves, but some interesting ideas there, you know. The content was, I think, interesting. So I open up with b4, b5, knight c3, and now I play knight f6. As soon as the knight f6 is played, we know his queen's gambit declined, opening. So I took, and play bishop g5. Play bishop b4. This move is a little bit surprising. Typically, they play here c6 as one of the main moves, or bishop b7, but bishop b4 is trying to transpose into some type of Rogozin positions. So there are many different ways to play here, knight f3, but I say, okay, I'll play e3 here. Now h6. And here I have to choose bishop h4, but then he was going to play g5, bishop g3, knight e4, activating and putting some pressure, then some h5, h4 coming up. I normally don't like the knight on e4, so I usually just try to avoid this because sometimes you can allow this, but you have to be like super precise in theory to make sure, you know, it works out. But it just gets a lot more complicated than I like. So I just took. He took back, and now very important move, queen a4 check, because he would like to put the pawn on c6 and then retreat with the bishop on d6. Black has pair of the bishops here, so in a long run it will be good for him. So that's why I had to play this move check to force the knight on c6 on an awkward square, because now the bishop is hanging. So he played knight to c6, knight f3, and now we transpose into just the Rogozin, and now rook c1. Normally white plays the move bishop e2 here with idea to castle, but I play the move rook c1 because I would like to have an idea to capture back with a rook on c3. So that's what I was thinking. Now he goes here, bishop e2. Developing. And here is, I think, what Nyzhnyk made a mistake here. I think we analyzed with him for a while. So bishop f8 was the best move here. Okay. Should have done that. So, and black is more or less okay. Maybe white is slightly better, but what black is trying to achieve is to play knight e7, c6. And that's the whole point of playing queen a4, because you force the knight to a bad position, then he has to make several moves to play the move c6.
Of course.
And now, yeah, he will play knight e7, c6, and then try to regroup with knight g6, bishop d6. I think very slightly better for white, but nothing too special. But when he took here, this is a mistake, because I take with a pawn, and then I'm going to play the move c4 immediately, and trade the central pawn with this pawn, and then have pressure on the c file. So white is slightly better now. Play knight e7, c4, and I think here this queen g6 pawn was not so good. I think it was would have been better for him to play, let's say, move c6, capture, take back with a knight, and play that position. White is definitely slightly better here, but he chose to play the move queen g6, castle, bishop h3. It looks kind of, you know, cool, but actually after the move knight e1, at some point I will play king h1 and bishop has to go back. So I think it was still not too late to play maybe c6, and except that, you know, white is just going to be slightly better for a long time. But here he played the move c5, and here I thought I played a really strong move because he's trying to open up the center, and I realized I have this strong move queen a3. What this move does is he can never take on d4 because the knight is hanging, and now I'm threatening to take the pawn on c5. And in oftentimes in these positions also, if take occurs, I can take back and suddenly my queen is attacking the h3 bishop. So overall a great move. Now I'm at least winning the pawn. And he took.
Yeah, very sneaky idea.
Yeah, it's one of those moves. It's easy to miss. He missed it. So it's like a quiet move, but very strong. So once again, the idea is just extracting the knight and trying to win a pawn here. So he took. I took the pawn. Now hitting the knight, and now he played knight f5. Knight c5, knight d5 is another possibility, but I can play rook takes c4, winning a pawn, and after king h1, and now I play rook a8, and here just simply queen a3. Rook a8 perhaps was not the best move. Bishop g4 was the best. We can play bishop g4 in this position. So my plan was to take and just take here. Just up a pawn.
Yeah, just be up a pawn and play this endgame.
Yeah, but he actually went here, and after rook a8, he actually didn't have as much time here. And he just spent a little bit more time, but here about 10 minutes left, he just resigned here, which was a little bit surprising. But the whole point is he's losing a piece.
Yeah.
Doesn't take, and if it goes bishop g4,
F3, g4, yeah.
Then he's protecting e3 and here g4. So overall, good start. I think I played some good moves. Queen a3 in particular I like, and. So yeah, happy with the start here. So.
Yeah, obviously a good way to start off the tournament with 1 point. Going to go into the next round very, very convincingly. Var, thank you so much for coming in. It was always lovely having you.
Thank you, Jacob, and thank you guys. See you next time.
Well, that was a nice interview with Var taking us through the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. That was cool. We'll have more of those. So if you guys have someone in particular you would like us to try to get after the game, don't forget they do play another game in the afternoon. So we're thankful if they choose to give us a little bit of time so that everyone gets the chance to hear their thoughts on how the game went. So far we had Var. We'll see if anyone else will be interviewed a little bit later.
Why don't we go to Quesada Perez's game on board 6 against Women International Master, and
I think it's Sila Jaklar, I think. I know the C is J in Turkey, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know her.
I think she's going to school, but I don't know to which university she's going. I could be wrong. I could be very much wrong.
But this is an interesting position here. White's a pawn down, but has some pressure on the king side. It's probably winning for black, but
you think for black is winning for black? Why?
Well, I'm assuming that rook's going to come to a2 and that passed a pawn is going to be strong, but it's an interesting position. There's threats of knight e5, knight g6 check in some lines.
This is unpleasant as well. I actually was thinking about this move right now. Maybe it doesn't do anything. I guess you have a check, and where do we go? What if White chooses to trade that rook off? Just say your rook is bothering. I guess you could take and then go a5, right?
Yeah, and then I don't have my attacking potential on the king side.
Yeah. It's actually interesting that he chose to go king h8. This is nice. So he's not in a rush to take that pawn. This happens sometimes when you're being attacked with queens on the board too. Using that pawn as a shield to protect the king to avoid mates or things like that. Here, of course, there are checks that would be annoying. Maybe even, I think if black took, just to kind of show the audience, probably a rook somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where. And then this mate might be unstoppable. Or maybe you have rook f6. No, but that doesn't help. So that's it. Just game over.
Right. When I was looking at this position just before you brought it up on the screen, and the pawn was on g6, and black played bishop e7, which was an interesting move. And now it looks like black has this under control because of the weakness of, you know, the f2 pawn and the knight on c4. So maybe this is just winning for black.
The only thing I don't like at the moment for black, in black's position, is this rook in a4, which I understand it will go to a2 and it will be very unpleasant, but until then I have a move. The question is, can I do something with this extra move, 1 or 2 moves? If I could do something, of course, that would be great. I don't know if I have time to double up, so let's just test this theory out with maybe rook g4 anyways.
Right.
And when you go here, I want to go rook g1, so my threat would be just that check, and then at least having some perpetual check, if not more. That's why I was a little bit confused when you said it.
Yeah, no, you're right. There's a big threat there. So rook to g4, and
maybe rook f7, the point, but no, I still go rook here. It's actually scary for black, a little bit, no?
Yeah, no, it definitely is.
If you understand that you need to utilize that pawn as an attacking tool and not go back into the mindset that, oh, this is an endgame and I'm not doing so well, my opponent is coming here, pushing the pawn, I got to do something about that. If you try to utilize this idea, it could be creating dangers for black in the position. I know someone was asking, so the playing location is not at the club for this tournament. Do you actually know? I don't know.
It's at a former church that's a building part of St. Louis University that's probably about 2 miles from here that they're playing.
So the recording, the video that you saw with VAR was coming from there. So they are not playing. They're not playing in the chess club at the moment. So that's what's happening.
Right, and someone's mentioning in the position that my mic volume needs to go up. I'm going to need help from our technician with that. I can't control that from here. And that rook takes f3 is an idea. And that was exactly my point when I thought this was potentially winning for black, is that after rook to a2, rook takes f3 threatens to win a piece. But to Sabina's point, if white plays the rook to g1 first, there's these potential mating threats here. So
I don't know if you can do anything about this situation after rook g1. Like, where do you move the rook? Could you just go back in f7 and?
Right, but you can't. So we're saying rook g4, rook takes f3.
I mean, technically, I could just go rook g3. Maybe I was just trying to keep the pawn white. I guess I should just play rook g3. Oh, rook g3 was played.
Right. But my comment or my thought was after rook a2, you're also threatening rook takes f3 in some of these lines too because of the pin. But now you've got this issue. Okay, rook check, king takes.
This is mate.
And that's mate. So that's the end of the world for you.
This is
right.
sad.
Right.
This is sad for black. I mean. Yeah, this would be a huge upset if Sila Jaglar, hopefully I'm pronouncing her name correctly. If there's anyone from Turkey here, let us know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, when I went to this position, I mean, I initially made the comment that I thought black was maybe winning, but I also thought the position looked interesting too, which is why I suggested we bring the game up. And you know, this is one of those positions where they call it a critical moment, and a critical moment in a chess game is where the value of the move is going to change the outcome by a half point or more. So at this point, white and black really have to make very precise moves here, or they could turn the position into either a draw that's a win for them or a loss that would be either a draw or a win for them. So these are very critical moves, and I don't know how much time the players have left at this point.
6 minutes for Sila, 14 minutes for Quesada Perez Yasser. So I'm not sure. He played bishop d6. So he's really trying to get this move in. He's thinking that would work. That's why I wanted rook g4, but maybe my line was a little bit offbeat there for a second, but we can have the exact same idea now, right? If I want to be even more fancy, I don't want to be more fancy. I was going to say that I could go there, but rook g4 I would play. I'm not scared. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. So what is happening in this position? Do you have more? Okay, I sacrificed a piece, and I have a threat of mating 2. Rook g8, rook g7. And
So you have rook
f7 is the only thing that I can think of to defend, right? But again, how do you plan on defending after this? It's just maybe here there is a defense.
Yeah, there's bishop f8
let's
there. So if you go to g4.
Okay, let's just be kind to the position, not drop anything. The mate is both h4 and h1. h1 is going to be in 2 moves. So what's black going to do to stop that? King back, draw. I mean, I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing anything. Obviously, I can turn on the engine, but I don't want to. So
now someone is suggesting knight takes d2 after rook bg1 in the commentary, but the knight on f3 guards the d2 bishop. So if we go back
here,
they're suggesting knight takes d2, but
I mean, I want to have a draw. I don't want to win.
Right.
Is he saying that I'm not having a draw? I was playing this whole line because I thought I had to draw. Okay, so you're saying you think you can escape if you come with the king up here, but you know what happens when you have 2 rooks, right? One goes up, one goes down, and you can't stop both.
Right, and there's no checks.
There's this one if you want to sacrifice the rook. Maybe that does something. Takes. Okay, I still want 2 mates. You have one more check. I'll give you that. Okay. No more checks now. And
yeah,
right?
yeah. I was just
no. Of course.
And,
there's knight g3. Okay. Someone can say, "Look, I have a defense." Okay, you got the defense.
Yeah.
You got some defense going.
No, that looks fairly effective.
Okay, maybe I was being too kind. I can also just go king f3. But knight g3 is still an option.
Yeah, because if you trade, you've got a winning rook and pawn ending.
Okay, should I give one more check then? I could give a couple more checks here.
Now you're
now I'm
hanging
not
on
saying.
g6.
Sorry, I meant king here. Black has to play king here. But no, now the bishop can.
You can go to g5 with the rook on g4. But now if the rook takes f2 check, knight e4 check hits the rook.
Yeah,
so that doesn't work.
Rook g1. Does he have the same thing again? This annoying idea. No, because now we have king here, and if knight g3, we got mate because we attracted the king all the way to lower. You don't escape. You don't escape that easily. We're not letting you escape. I can see some of you guys are excited about escaping, but nope, it's not happening. Okay, basically what we want with white, okay, we're not going to win. We will have a draw, yes, okay. We have this drawing idea.
Maybe. It's an interesting position.
Here, yeah, I believe I have to do this because...
So in the game, black played rook takes f3. So they're past there now.
Really?
On my board here, they're now past where we were.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that, but for me it didn't update. Okay, let's go back. I still see this position after bishop d6.
Okay, yeah, so they played rook to g8.
I don't know why. Okay, let's refresh. Just give me one moment. No, I still don't have the new moves.
Okay. Well, why don't we switch over to Christopher Yoo's game again here, because he's made some progress.
Christopher
there.
Yoo, and I think there's a result. There's a result in the game. Nicolas Theodorou won against Mariana Vichana Maria. We had seen towards the end of that game after h5. I think this was that game. Yeah. So not much longer the game ended. We'll see if we can get Nicholas on an interview potentially. And then
Did Alice Lee also
okay,
lose?
Alice lost. So let's see
Yeah.
what happened in that endgame. Was a very interesting endgame. Oh, she ended up blundering right after we left off at least.
And this is where I had suggested king to b1.
Yeah, that was a really nice idea.
Which is one of these prophylactic moves, because the threat is rook to c5 for black, and sometimes a technique and calculation is that if your opponent has a threat and you're going to have to play a defensive move, is you play the defensive move first, which then gives you another option on the next move.
Right.
And it's hard sometimes to get yourself to think that way, but apparently that may have been close to the only move in this position for white. And I, you know, and even though I saw it when we were analyzing here, I can't sit here and tell you I'd have seen it if I was playing the game.
I mean, yeah, it is a tough move. It's not the kind of move that you want to make, because in a way it's counterintuitive. You're getting the king away from the center, away from the side of the board, but you are avoiding checks, and you're getting ready to attack the pawn later without allowing black. And this would have been an important move. Alice, however, ended up playing rook 7 to f4, which is bad from the point of view that it leaves that c7 pawn unattacked anymore, so she doesn't have these kind of ideas. She probably wanted to go for that pawn, but after rook d2, now king b1, but now black was able to capture this pawn without suffering the attack on the c7 pawn. So when the rook was there were these kind of ideas, right? That
Yeah,
I was
but
thinking, but
white lost his her counterplay in this case, and yes, you get the g4 pawn, but once black's doubled on the second rank, you're helpless here as white.
yeah, she probably she thought she can defend like this, but this rook in a4 is very tough to deal with, unfortunately. And after king b7, g4, probably her rook ended up being stuck. Yeah, look at that, b5, and she had to go to a3. This is very sad. This is a very sad rook. You want your rooks to be open, attack, and she went with the rook from f7 to a3. She probably realized as soon as she brought her rook back here that it's gonna be tough, but there's nothing else that you can do at this point. And there's that.
So I think someone said Christopher Yoo is on the verge of winning, so I'd like to go
Okay.
back to
Oh, he
that
won.
game. He won, okay.
He won. We didn't see the end of that game though. So after that, what happened? Let's just put the end there. Okay, so she was never able to get the rook out, and then, okay.
Yeah, the rook's trapped.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll get an interview with some of the winners here shortly. I'm not sure if we can get Aram on or if we can get Christopher Yoo on as an interview. I think either one of those players would be very good to get on at this point.
Yeah, I think, yeah, if we still have time. I think they play in 2 hours, so they might go grab something,
Some food.
some
So
lunch before their next round.
we're being told that they're looking for both of those players, but again, because it is 2 rounds a day and these players need to play beginning in 1 hour and 5 minutes, they're probably trying to get something to eat, to get a little bit of rest in, so it might be difficult to get any further players for interviews at this point in time, but we're going to see what we can do.
Yes. So rook f3 was played, so it seems like in the end he ended up going for that g5 move. So after rook f6, this was just a nice preparation kind of move, waiting to see what white is going to do, because it was kind of hard.
Yeah, and it's interesting, I'm looking at the valuation in the computer here, that after g5 it says 0, 0, 0, and after the move I suggested rook c2, it gives a big fat question mark, and essentially white's lost.
But this is what automatically the engine does. If we actually turn it on now, I'm not sure it's that bad, rook c2.
Yeah, rook c2, it goes down to 1.2, and the only move is queen to c2
Or
here.
rook f1.
Or rook
might be.
f1.
Might be another move that makes sense here. Okay, we're not gonna look at that engine right now, so let's see. So rook c2.
But you know, these are the kind of positions where white is 2 pawns up and literally white is playing for a draw here. The moves are hard to find for white in this position. And to me, rook to c2 looked like a logical move looking at it without the engine, and it literally is a losing move.
It's because probably it takes the rook away from potentially having the opportunity to trade rooks.
On F1.
Black is attacking, so you have to find defensive mechanisms by trading pieces. And then rook f1 seems like the right thing to do as well. Queen c2, I don't know exactly what is the purpose of this move. Maybe try to get something like this in, or maybe even e4, support the push of e4, and just say, I don't think you can do something on the f file. I'm going to try to get some, you know, I have a pass pawn, let's try to push it.
Yeah, I mean, the computer's giving a crazy line here. I can see it after, you know, queen c2, rook f8, e4, and h5. And, you know, this seems crazy to me that white's allowed to push, you know, a pass pawn on e5 and potentially it's just 0, 0, 0 according to the computer. But of course, if you are playing this position in a game, you would have no idea what the evaluation is.
I agree. I mean, and this move, I'm not even sure if it's the kind of move that you want to make. Although you're trading pieces, this knight is technically not attacking. So why would you be thinking to trade it? But
knights are notoriously horrible defenders on the fianchetto square.
Yeah,
G2.
That is true. But also we can say I like this term, and I think I've heard a few grandmasters use it, including Grandmaster Elshar Moradiabadi. He uses this term with superfluous square. I love that term. I think he loves it more than me. But like when you have a square that you want to utilize for multiple pieces. And then the queen is actually better placed there because it keeps the king a little bit more protected. Like you said, the knight is not doing such a great job. So you want to do that so that you can finally use the square for the queen.
Yeah, I mean, I find this kind of stuff fascinating that in the computer world, it's 0, 0, 0, but when you're sitting behind the board trying to play this position, it's awful.
You're probably used to, you were telling me in the break that, well, also live, I think you mentioned that you're also playing correspondence chess, and you're probably used to analyzing with engines a lot to prepare for your various lines that you're playing.
Well, I do, and I also train for Over the Board. Someone's mentioning here about Doug bringing the knowledge in homework club, and what he's referring to is we both belong to Jakob Ogard's academy, Killer Chess Training, and he does weekly homework with hard problems, and so I try and analyze without an engine, but certainly in correspondence chess, it's competitive research where you're using an engine, but you're trying to look extraordinarily deeply into the position.
Yeah.
And I don't play very much anymore because it's just a draw chess, and Stockfish 15 was an enormous increase in the strength of the engines.
I see. And now there's 15.1, I think.
Yes, and really when you went from 14 to 15, it was probably 100 to 150 point increase in strength, but it changed the evaluation of a lot of positions that people thought were maybe better, and now it moved into a draw.
Oh, wow.
So it increased the drawing capabilities in positions. So let's see here. We have Vasif is down a piece for 2 pawns against Evan Park on board 3, which is an interesting position.
Board 2?
Board 3, I believe.
Durarbayli.
Yep. Vasif, and I mean, this would be an enormous upset if Evan won. I mean, Vasif is an extraordinarily strong grandmaster. He went through, I believe, to at least the final 16 and maybe the quarterfinals of the World Cup a couple of years ago, and he won a couple major tournaments in Europe. So he's an extremely strong player, and this is just, he's also a fighter. I'm surprised he doesn't take a draw here, but this is Vasif who...
I just went back to see how they got into that position with the piece down.
But Evan's the one who actually avoided the draw.
Yeah. But like, why did he allow for this? I was just trying to go back a few moves. He just stayed pinned there. He doesn't have a way to escape. Couldn't he have played King G2, for example? No, because he loses. No, he could have. He could have, right?
I think so.
It doesn't do anything. We just trade. Okay, we're good.
right?
Well, yeah, we trade and the king should be able to come over. That seems like it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised about this move. I wonder if he somehow missed this idea, or I don't know what to say. So, okay, so Evan Parker's going for the win now.
And this is a good example of a young player that's playing fighting chess against a very, very strong grandmaster and is going for a win here. My gut reaction to this position is that it's a draw.
Well, it's a wrong corner.
Wrong color square, yeah.
Yeah. So, but there's still a G pawn on the board, and you haven't been able to trade it yet. As long as that pawn is still there, black should be winning, even if it's wrong corner, bishop, square. Right?
Well, I mean white's got 3 pawns,
You
you know,
have
two extra pawns with f4 and the e pawn to play f4, f5.
So you would play f3, g4, and then I would have to take, then you take back, then you have to go here, and then h5 in order to be able to make a draw, so.
Or I can go for f4, f5 if I can get it in. I mean,
No, I was saying if the queens were to be traded here.
Oh, did he go for a queen trade?
No, he did not. He played queen c3.
Yeah, I don't think white can afford to trade queens. I think white needs to have the queens on the board.
But that's the thing. White just played here. Why? That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Is this winning for black? That's what I was trying to figure out, because I don't think you managed to trade. So let's see. So like now we can go bishop f8, and then I was saying that this is the way to trade.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to play here, so you'll have to protect, or maybe not. Maybe we don't care about that pawn. I don't know. We cannot play g4.
No, you trade and it's over.
This is winning for black, because we're controlling
Right.
that.
But even if you put the king on h3, okay, I'm just going to bring my king around as black.
Well, that's what I was saying. Do we have time? Because white wants to play here. You have to take.
Right, I have to take.
And now I'm saying that. Oh, wait, I can do this. I have
Oh,
time.
that's it. Yeah,
I have
king
time.
takes.
Yeah, I thought I had to take this, and then go g5 and then h5.
Right, but king takes is the right move.
Yeah,
and then
king
it's a
takes
draw.
is much faster. Yeah.
So it should be a draw.
Okay. So, but this
Although,
game I think is going to
you know
last
what?
for a while.
But white took with the f pawn. They've got this position on the board here, and instead of playing king takes, which we were saying looks like a draw, white took with the f pawn.
Are you
which
sure
is-
that's not my analysis that you're saying? Can you just click on it? Because I feel sometimes you're just getting my analysis.
Oh, maybe I am.
I think
Sorry.
that's why,
Okay.
that's why you are seeing all those moves extra. Okay, okay.
My apologies
no,
to the
it's
audience
fine.
there.
I think it was no. Because I was wondering why you are getting that, but usually they don't stay the analysis, but somehow they stayed.
But this is on your computer and
I
not
know,
the other
I
one.
know. I don't know why you got those moves, but unless that happened, unless it's
Okay.
possible that it happened, but then you clicked on
Yeah,
it.
it's
No,
something
now it's back
different
to
now.
the normal.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
it's something different now.
All right. We figured that out. At least we know that there are no extra moves.
So the Quesada position has simplified dramatically. Quesada Perez on board 6.
Let's check that. Oh, so did they play what we suggested? No, she did not. She gave up the exchange. I really want to check that line. I'm sorry, guys. I will turn on the engine. I just want to know. I was right. That was good.
Dead draw after rook
At least
g4.
I still can come up. Ooh, but look at this move that we missed. Rook h1. You're not as excited as I am.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah. And
I
again,
know.
this gets to my comment about critical moments. So as rook
we
takes
were
f3.
going on this line. This is draw. This is draw, like we were saying.
Right.
Here, check. Here, we were right about this. Oh, so he is giving just checks with the rook, and those perpetual.
Mm-hmm.
But look at this one. So you see, no wonder they tell you, I don't know who is the first person who is saying this, 1 move forward, 2 moves back, or something like that. I've seen it in some commentary.
Someone was saying this, one of the big guys, commentary guys. And then, you know, we went on that line so long that we forgot to go back and see that rook f3, bam.
Yeah,
I
and
just
rook,
think this is so gorgeous.
that's an incredibly difficult move to see.
I know. I feel like this is gonna go, because you're talking about Jacob. It's gonna go in his killer training.
Well, sure, and I mean, I'm sitting there looking at that move, trying to figure out, okay, if I was given this position and saying it was white to play and win, A, would I find that move at all, and B, how long would it take me to find that?
Well, if you knew, but that's why they never tell you what is happening. They just tell you white to move, play. Right? They don't really tell you what to do. They shouldn't tell you what to do, I think. It makes it too easy, because when we play, we never have the option.
Right, no, we never do, but I'm just saying, it's a really difficult move to find, even if you know it's white to play and win.
It's really beautiful, because the whole point is that it's combining all of the ideas that we saw previously, so not just the G file and trying to mate, but when you go back rook f8, this idea with bishop h6 going to bishop g7, so you're literally taking advantage of that king being so weak, and you know this check does nothing because you go king d3, and the bishop still controls the d2 square. I guess you can still play the move, but then you know we'll have an exchange up, and this position is just brilliant.
Yeah, that's an amazing position. So where are they at currently now?
Okay, I can stop the engine now, because that was, at least we were right. So she ended up going knight h4, Sila, and then, okay, she gave up the exchange to get it back over there, but was this good enough? I don't know, rook a2, I really like black's move here. I think the other option was potentially this, which I'm not sure if it would have worked or not. Maybe white would have the option to, at some point, maybe now or at some point, have this move knight c5 and take something back, right? Maybe takes.
Right, you're hitting the rook on b1. That's an important detail.
Check first.
Right.
And probably white could have sufficient. Where do you move the king? Actually, you have to go here, and then I'm planning this check. Although you could come here.
Yeah, I mean, you could check, but black's got a check on e4 that you're stopping, but if you go to e3...
If I come here, what's happening with this
I'm
ending?
pretty happy with this rook and pawn ending as black, I think.
Black should be happy with this endgame, right?
I think so. I mean, I'm not saying it's winning, but I'm saying it's really hard to draw as white.
I'm not sure how we take back, possibly pawn. I love rook endgames, but I'm a little bit stumbled here as to which piece to take, but probably pawn.
Yeah, the pawn fixes that weakness on c3, but it's hard to get the king in there, and the rook's a little bit stuck.
Mm-hmm.
There's an argument that what you want to do here is take with the rook, because it leaves you with the option of the b4 break to maybe weaken both pawns, and you might win the d4 pawn and leave yourself with the e5 pawn.
But e5 typically can get Philidor because his king is right here, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm saying if you can win both of them for the big pawn.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. I would guess this is a draw, but again, it's one of these positions that's practically hard to defend.
I agree. So the game continued, rook a2. She did not, he did not take an f2. Now rook g1 was played, but then he didn't get the, oh. Okay. He doesn't have the chance to take the f2 pawn. Okay, that's even better for white, because we still have this pawn. So bishop takes f2 seems like it should have been played, no?
Yes, yeah. It seems like there was a miss there.
Because even now, if you go knight c5, we just go rook a2 now, and okay, I guess you have some chance. No, you cannot, because I'll come here and it's with tempo. So I think that was a miss. They're both getting low on time, or maybe he was trying to catch her because she doesn't have much time, but then he didn't, and they reach. Wait, there's no second time
There's
control.
no secondary time control. That's why I said with this game 90 plus 30 seconds, which in my view is really the correct time control. all the players are down to their increment essentially now, and they have to play the rest of the game this way.
So there's going to be a lot of mistakes.
And you know, these types of games, it's really like taking a college exam where you have to give an answer every 30 seconds, and your penalty for getting one wrong is that you lose.
Yeah.
And heaven knows how many games I've lost in these situations, in these tournaments. Someone may have noticed that my rating's extremely low. If you would see the games, there's a consistent pattern as I get older that I have very good positions that I make slightly worse, and then I get into these mad time scrambles and I lose almost every one of them. And it's very painful.
It's tough. It's tough to play with just one time control, in my opinion,
But
even two, it's tricky because you sometimes spend a little bit too much because you know you have a second time control, and then because you spend so much time, you could be getting low to
right.
like really low, close to move 40, and then end up just.
I think Bruzon has won too. That was an interesting game from the perspective that it had the hanging pawns. So maybe
That H6, we never went back to that game.
yeah,
It was
if we could just look to see how Lazaro exploited the hanging pawns, because I think there were some questions about that.
Yeah, we stopped around here in that game, and then 95 was played, rook c8, we took in c5, took, knight d3.
And this is a classic plan here where white piles up on the hanging pawns.
And tries to attract black to push one of the pawns, and then it's going to block them. So for example, if he gets you to play here, it's going to block this pawn will stay weak forever, and then switch over to attack that pawn. The same thing would happen if you would push this pawn at some point, then this other one will stay weak. We'll try to block it, at least in theory. In practice, it's always so much more difficult. I got hanging pawns on many occasions with both. I was playing both with the pawns or without, and I had mixed.
They're interesting positions to play, and dynamically the hanging pawns can produce some very nice answers. But when white has the bishop on g2, because normally black is playing for an attack, but when white has the bishop in a fianchetto position like this, it's almost impossible for black to generate an attack against the white king. And I think practically these positions are a little bit harder for black than say if the white bishop was on e2 or d3, like it often can be in say some of the semi-Slav lines where these positions arise. But with the bishop already on g2, I think this is a much more favorable configuration for white.
I agree, and I like this e4 move that he ended up playing here. He didn't even need to put a lot of pressure, he just pushed e4.
Yeah, this is the famous Fischer maneuver from game 6, where if black takes on e4, he's left with a perpetually weak pawn on c5, and which he's probably going to just simply lose immediately in this position. And if he plays d4 like he did in the game, he's in a position where his pawns aren't going anywhere, and white can just expand.
I mean, if these knights could kind of switch places, that would be nice. I don't think that's happened in the game. Oh, okay, he just went for the bishop. And then, if I were white, I would try some pawn pushes, but I guess he has to be on the look for potentially this move. Oh, so he just he just won tactically. He just won with a small tactic here.
Yeah, and that's partly why these positions are so hard to play is because white has lots of small tactics like this, and it's very easy for black to fall into them.
I
So
agree.
you have to be extremely aware on every move.
And I think we should do a review for the moment of some of the results that happened. Looks like we got already some. So we already knew Nyzhnyk won his game against Josiah Stearman, and then Irene drew against Daryu Schwartz. Remember, we had seen that interesting g6. This was an interesting idea in this Kalashnikov Sicilian that you're mentioning. You're not familiar with this move in this position. And let's see if he ever got bishop h6. I guess not. I guess he did not, but he got his knight on d4. I forgot about that idea. This is actually much better than than the typical Najdorf or Sveshnikov positions where you're getting that outpost, because the pawn is on c3 in those positions, so you're controlling, but now he didn't, so that was his idea. Okay,
Yeah.
now we understand.
Right. After white didn't have pressure on d6, right, you plunk the knight on d4, and it's very hard to deal with there.
Yeah, and it seems like he manages to get this other knight in because you're still stuck to protect c4 for now, so you don't have the time to play knight c2, I think, right? So that's why, and now, you know, whenever you go knight c2, he can get this other knight to, I don't know if he did that, but no, he didn't, he took, okay. Maybe he kept the knight for a potential f5?
Yeah, I don't know that black ever wants to play f5 in these positions because it weakens it opens the bishop up on g2,
Yeah.
and
So
you
then-
don't really have an attack.
So then why didn't he go here?
Yeah,
I guess he didn't want to keep his knight. He was more focused on getting b5 in.
right, he
and,
got in b5, hoping to, you know, sort of pin the 2 pawns down for 1 on the queen side and eventually get in d5.
But then after the capture, everything traded off. White probably still found a way to get her knight onto d5. There she was. There it was. And then this position is actually very interesting to me because on the one hand, this pawn is blocking or has stabilized the structure for white in a way. It's going to be hard to push a3, right? Because b3 is going to be weak, pass pawn but weak. But also white has a little bit more space, and if somehow the rook would get to c4, this pawn would be weak. But oh, she played a3. Great. I should look at the moves before.
No. It's a reasonable comment because it is weakening the pawn there, but there's an offsetting weakness on d6.
Tactically, it worked.
Right.
Okay, so it's.
And it's also a little interesting that she
But it's
played
luck, though.
a3 instead of a4.
Yeah, I agree. But I guess she thought he had no other choice but to trade.
But yeah, but you're giving black a choice if you play
You
a4.
are indeed. Yeah,
And,
a4 is.
you know, and giving players a choice, especially in single time control tournaments, is a strategy because you're forcing them to take time. Now, maybe he just takes right away
Maybe
anyway.
that was her strategy to make him think, is should I take, should I stay? And maybe he spent some time here, actually. Do we have the time to see? Yeah, look at that. He spent 10 minutes.
Okay.
So if the pawn would have been in a4, he would have probably made the move instantaneous. Who knows? Oh, we don't know. We don't know. We'll find out one day, possibly. Okay, so.
And they give bishop takes a question mark, which is surprising, but
yeah,
they did.
and what the engine was saying, rook takes was a better decision, which is interesting because I thought the bishop was supposed to go there. Maybe there was e4.
Right, but interestingly here, the computer thinks that black is already a little bit better here, and I think it gets to your point. There's a weakness on b3, and black can expand on the king side, you know.
Now he can. Now he actually can.
At his leisure. So, you know, if you're black in this kind of position, you're playing a lower rated player, albeit a very strong lower rated player, and you've created an imbalance in the position.
And
So-
normally you wouldn't want to trade pieces. I'm actually surprised he went for rook takes c1 because you wouldn't want to trade.
I would have thought that he would play rook to b8 here, which pressures the b3
Is rook
pawn.
c6 an option or no? I'm just no, not yet. No, I'm wrong. No, we'll just.
But it's an idea.
I don't think it's working because this is going to be.
Right. You have to be able to connect the pawns up.
No, it's not an option.
But
Maybe just rook b1.
yeah,
Then
but
you have, I agree. I don't think the trade was necessary.
but you're playing, and as a higher rated player, it's a little surprising to see him trade the rooks here. Because you're combining sort of the possibility of f5, e4, f4 on the king side with keeping pressure on the B pawn. And you removed one of the pressure points, so now you can't attack sort of both sides of the board. You're limited to
Right.
one side with one rook.
Looks like pretty much every single game has finished. We were not told if we have another interview coming up. Probably not. No more interviews.
Everybody has a game within the next 40 minutes, and so we've been
Right.
told that they have all ran
No,
off
they-
to get dinner or prepare for their next game. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, we won't have any more interviews. We also had a board 10, which we never got to.
Yeah, I think we didn't. This endgame finished, by the way, here. So Quesada, Perez, Yasser was able to push those
He
pawns
did
away.
win. Yeah, why don't we
he
go
did.
back? Because this was also an interesting endgame if we go back to just where we left it off. Because the engine was saying this was 0-0-0. But I was going to say this is another one of those endgames that's really hard to play for white because black has that outside pass pawn over there. And you can't get your king over there because the knight and rook cut the white king off. And that white pawn on f2 is weak. So from a practical perspective, the knight on c5 looks very nice, but you got to do something about, a6 to a1. And even though that's 5 moves, it's very, very hard to figure out how to organize your pieces here as white.
Yeah, she ended up playing knight c5, which allowed the push, and then she tried here, but these two pieces are not connected into doing much. It's just a check, and that pawn is just...
Interestingly, looking at the computer, it calls knight c5 a blunder, and it takes the position from -0.1 or 0.01 to -1.5. So it's fully a pawn and a half blunder to play knight c5, which is the most obvious move.
Yeah,
And that's why this is so tough.
I know. F4 is what was the engine's suggestion, apparently, but I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's to play knight e5, because that was my first thought, to go knight e5 and try to trade, but probably in that situation we will stay with this super weak pawn, so the point is probably to go f4, and then I'm thinking, depending on what he does, let's say he goes, he follows his plan, right? We can give this check, I think. And then this is what I'm thinking for white. You go here. Do we have time?
Well, can you just bring the king over now?
Can we? Do we have
King
time?
d1, a3,
Here.
king c1.
Not sure where we move the rook. Oh, if I go to b3, you go...
If you go there...
You go here? You go here, right?
Yeah, rook b2, check there.
No, rook b2, we're back.
Right, back, and then
So
rook
here,
g1.
here... Well, actually, we don't even need this move. We can just come here, and white is...
White might be
White is
winning.
doing... Yeah, we cannot... no, I was just saying we cannot do that.
Right, but I mean, one of the lessons I've learned in life is if you can get your king over inside the box, do it in these positions, because then your risk goes down, so...
Yeah. No, that's true. I mean, it's an endgame. It's an interesting endgame. You have to be careful. Also, of course, the king should be brought towards the center. That's for sure. Or towards the passed pawns. But with the knights, it's much more difficult. So certainly, this was an idea that was important to see. Not knight c5, but knight e5. Try to trade the knight, and then if the knight would go, then d5 and things. But I think we should wrap it up for today. It was great to have all of you guys here. It was wonderful doing commentary with you, Doug. I hope you enjoyed it too.
I did. It was fun, and there were some interesting games today, and I hope everyone enjoyed the fact that this was good fighting chess, and we saw some lower rated players score some draws against some extraordinarily strong players. So congratulations to Irina
and
Evan.
Yes, I think that was it. Everyone else, the top, the person who was supposed to win on paper ended up winning.
It's definitely a tough tournament, and I think in the next round we're going to see lots of grandmasters playing against each other. Unfortunately, we won't be doing commentary for that round, but in the next round, tomorrow morning at 11:20, 11:30 a.m. Central Time, 11:20. That's what I was told. We hope to see you there on stream. Well, here on stream, we'll meet again to commentary for round 3 of the St. Louis Super Swiss. Thank you for being with us, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Yes, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.